This could be it. Game 5 between Sabres and Bruins set tonight at KeyBank Center. The Sabres have the 3-1 series lead. They look to close it out. Puck drop at 7:30 right here on WGR. Some notes from yesterday. Lindy Ruff told the media that Tyson Kozak and Jason Zucker are probable for tonight, and Josh Norris is a possibility. For Boston, Nikita Zadorov has been fined $5,000, the maximum allowable fine under the current CBA for his hit on Rasmus Dahlin. Some results from around the NHL playoffs last night. The Penguins, they stay alive and beat the Flyers 3-2. In Vegas, they tied the series 2-2 with Utah after a 5-4 win. And in case you missed anything on the draft, Sal Capaccio has a number of pieces up on our website, WGR550.com. Also on the website, and on the Odyssey app, you could find Jeremy White's conversation with Bills general manager Brandon Beane on the draft on demand. Around the NFL, Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison and Bucs defensive lineman Kalijah Cansey have had their fifth-year options picked up. And Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby has checked into a residential treatment program for gambling addiction. Sorsby is under investigation by the NCAA after it was discovered that Sorsby made thousands of bets on gambling apps. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Hey, everybody. Happy Tuesday. Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out for a bit. Owen Parker, Joe Cali are here. I've got a lot of things in my head right now. Where are we going to start? How about this? It's the playoffs, of course, and the Sabres are home tonight. A handshake game, a closeout game, beat Boston. It's funny, there's a lot to talk about these days with the playoffs underway. And it's hard not to just come in here and say, yeah, about the game tonight, how about it? Say that 100,000 times. How about that game tonight? I mean, I woke up thinking, game tonight. 7:30, 7:40, puck drop, whatever. It's going to be a late one, like they have been. But the other thing I was thinking about, I'm going through the closeout games, and I wonder if you two even really know. How familiar is everyone with the Miller save on, I referred to it as Shatan. It wasn't Miro Shatan, it was Yashin. How familiar are you guys with the Miller save on Yashin to finish off the Islanders in the first round in 2007?
I have seen the clip. I don't remember it in my mind's eye right now, but
I'm gonna tweet it right now. The video, because I found on YouTube, it's Sabres Islanders 2007. It's the 06-07 season, the opening round. The Sabres are up 3-1. They're up 4-3 in this game. Islanders have an empty net. The crowd's going wild. It's kind of a crazy moment because it represents the series in some way, and the 06-07 Sabres, where in the playoffs we were just stressed out and didn't feel like they looked right. The crowd's on its feet, counting down the final 20 seconds, and the Sabres give up during this 20 seconds a grade A to Yashin, who cuts across the net, and Miller goes full flipping windmill Hasek.
Yes.
Hang on.
Right.
I'm gonna tweet this video out because it's
unbelievable.
It's unbelievable on a number of levels. Primarily that with 20 seconds left, you'll think, how on earth are the Islanders going to get a grade A scoring chance out of this? And sure enough, they nearly tie the game and send it to overtime in Game 5. So that's the last time the Sabres closed out a series on home ice. Would have been this game, this moment, 4-3 over the Islanders. And hold on, I'm tweeting it as we speak right now. The last time the Sabres closed out a series at home. And this clip, first off, you get a lot of beautiful things out of it. You get the game is on versus. Not OLN. It was OLN the year before. The game is on Versus. You get the Slug logo up in the corner. You also get, I think that's the era of the Sabres where their jerseys did not match their helmets.
Right.
They're wearing a little bit more of a royal blue, and the helmet is more of a darker blue.
Yep.
Their helmets don't match their jerseys. But take a look at this goal. Or sorry, not the goal. Take a look at this save from Miller.
That's unbelievable.
Ted Nolan's the coach. Like, there's a lot going on. But maybe the most amazing thing that happens is that with 19 seconds left, the game is over. And then with 10 seconds left, it is not over.
Right. All of a sudden, we are all the way back in it. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, I remember seeing this as a younger kid and thinking, like, isn't that Hasek?
Right.
Because it looks like the way, the big spinning sort of arm down to the post thing.
Yeah.
And it's totally a Hasek move. And I remember seeing it as a kid and having to be explained, like, no, that's not Hasek. I know it looks like Hasek, and Miller's normally a little more stable than that.
How many other times can you ever remember Miller making a save like this?
Right.
He played a long time, and he was great.
I mean, there's the paddle save
Against
that is
Boston.
I believe that's Boston.
Okay.
Where he comes back. Oh my! That's sort of a scramble one, but he was always so on it and just on the play. So it was rare to see him sort of scrambling like that. And wow, yeah, I mean, what a moment that must have been.
Crazy. I did not go to that game. I remember I was not at that game. I'm not going to tonight's game either, unfortunately. Hey, you split tickets. These are the drawings you lose. But I was not at Game 5. I remember watching it, of course, and they close out the series, and, life is good. On to the Rangers series. So, the reason I bring that up is a save like that is not quite remembered. I mean, it's 4-3, so they're already winning. We remember that save, and maybe you have it top of mind out there, or maybe you don't, and you'll watch this highlight, and it'll come right back to you. But are we going to get a franchise moment tonight? Like, that's what I think of. The Pominville goal, or Mayday, or Dave Hannon. You get moments that you'll never forget. And this series has not yet gone to overtime. I was going through all the scores of every other series, and I think Pittsburgh-Philly might be the only series that also has no overtime games.
Looks like it, because Colorado-LA went to overtime once, which would surprise some people.
And Vegas went to overtime last night and beat Utah 5-4 in an absolutely wild game.
Edmonton and whoever they're playing.
Anaheim.
I'm blanking on it.
Game 4 was overtime there.
Crazy situation at the end of that
Montreal,
game.
Tampa's like only overtime games. Even Ottawa, Carolina went to overtime in a game.
Mm-hmm.
Colorado as well. So I think it's only Buffalo, Boston, and Pittsburgh, Philly that have no overtime games. And, man, there are, if you think about moments where you have a chance to win a series and you're in overtime, I mean, the Sabres had that in Game 6 against Philadelphia in 2012 or 11, whichever it is. And that's, the Leno game is you're on the ice with a chance to win the series. And I think about those moments. It's Pominville, of course, how he scores and advances. I think of the series between Calgary and Tampa. When Tampa beats Calgary to win their first cup,
yes,
Calgary is at home in overtime to win the cup. Mm-hmm. And they lose in overtime, and then they lose Game 7.
Yeah.
And, who's ready for overtime tonight? It's the first round.
I know.
They have 3 chances to win, but it's all I can think about is, will there be some sort of iconic moment? Will someone's name, some Sabre tonight, go into lore? Forever and ever, now we remember
Maybe.
Logan Stanley.
Right.
Doesn't even matter who it is.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. It could be anybody. Yeah.
Jack Quinn scores an overtime winner.
That's what's so, I think, sort of exciting about these moments is now it's not you could get the Beck Malenstein goals in the regular season, and those are great moments, and we remember those. But imagine one of those happening tonight.
Yeah.
In the third period as a go-ahead goal, where he dances. We will have that imprinted on the back of our eyelids for the rest of our lives if Beck Malenstein dances a guy and roofs one. So it's every single shift, every pass, every hit feels so heightened and so important. And I think that translates even to the players. I think that's why you see the intensity the way it is in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And yeah, it's been a ride, and I think it's only going to get more and more insane.
Yeah.
This has been a pretty it's been a good series.
Yeah,
for the
game
most
one
part,
was electric.
for sure. But I don't know that it's been the kind of electric back and forth hockey that you might see if the Sabres end up seeing Montreal.
Right, it's
in
not been
round two.
Tampa, Montreal, and Carolina, Ottawa were both like incredible series, even though Carolina won in 4.
Right.
And this series has been a little bit more of, I don't know, the Sabres look like the better team controlling most of the play, and will they, find their way through?
And, yeah, Boston just trying to slow the game down and hold on for dear life.
And watching Pasternak goal hang for most of the series,
Right.
which has been kind of wild to watch. Anyway, 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Give us a ring. We're up early. The game is only, like 13 and a half hours away. And make your plan to get downtown. The watch party forecast looks like it should be okay. There's a little bit of rain coming throughout the day. But by the time we get to the watch party, it'll be, upper 50s and 60. Not supposed to rain tonight during watch party hours. So looking at the forecast right here. Yeah, 7 p.m., 62 degrees. Into the evening in the 50s. So if you're going to Canal Side or wherever you're going, it should be a great night. And is tonight the night where the Sabres write another chapter of their history? And also get a chance to move to the next round, and then we're just watching we're watching Tampa and Montreal and waiting for the winner of that series and seeing if anybody gets beat up. I watched a lot of Pittsburgh-Philly last night, and I don't know how often you guys do this. I did this earlier in the season watching, might have been a Boston-Philly game on like a Sunday afternoon. I watched Pittsburgh-Philly, and it is a different-looking series. Like, those two teams are not impressive to me at all. And their goaltenders both had rough nights last night, I thought. So whichever one of those teams advances is going to be a heavy underdog to get absolutely lit on fire by Carolina. So Carolina waits for the winner of that series. We'll see if the Sabres can get through tonight. Game 5 against the Bruins. We'll talk with Alex Tuck today at 8 o'clock. So stay tuned for that. Usually Lindy Ruff, but sometimes we'll pop in a player instead. So Alex Tuck today at 8 o'clock to chat about tonight's impending Game 5. A chance to advance by the Boston Bruins, and I would say put a firm stamp on, put a stamp on the season. They won the division. That's pretty great. There's going to be a banner in the arena for this season because division banners get hung. So there's going to be a banner that goes up. The other thing I think about tonight, and I'm not one to often buy into this idea that the talking about your team is, well, they're not talking about the Sabres. They keep talking about Boston. It's not how the Sabres are good. It's how Boston didn't show up. It's not how the Sabres made them go crazy. It's how Boston is embarrassed. And sure, I think sometimes that is true. And this time, I actually think it's legit. I think there's a little bit more about how bad Boston was in Game 4 and maybe not enough how good Buffalo was. And if the Sabres are able to take this down tonight and get the Bruins out in 5 games, could it be like a wake-up call for the rest of the league? People are on alert to a degree, like, oh, yeah, good season. They ended their drought. They won the division. But there's still this general belief that the division belongs to Tampa, even though Tampa's really in a dogfight with Montreal, that the East might even belong to Tampa. And if the Sabres take care of the Bruins in 5 and look as good as they have doing it, maybe people around the hockey world kind of wake up as to, oh, no, the Sabres just ragdolled the Bruins right out of the series, and they're on to the next round.
Yeah, I've seen a lot more of, Boston just didn't show up than I would have liked, and not enough like, oh, wow, look at Buffalo go.
Yeah.
There's not been sort of that, all right, they're proving that they can play now in this time of year, and I think that's exactly what they're doing. They're playing the exact kind of team that I think people thought they wouldn't be able to beat.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're doing, and they're showing, we can dismantle these guys. We can skate right around and play river hockey and win. And I think that is not getting the sort of credit that it deserves. I think you're right. If they go out tonight and just like 4-2 win, just cruise to a 5 or a Game 5 win, and then you're off and waiting for the winner of Tampa Montreal, I think people will be forced to say like, all right, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, Boston we've talked about their lack of depth and everything, but they were a legit team. They were right there in a really tough Eastern Conference. They've got a great goal. They got good players, and Buffalo is as we sit here now, I think really handling them. And I think they deserve credit for that.
Yeah. Right now, the Sabres are 5th in the odds to win the Stanley Cup. Just like betting odds. Colorado, Carolina are 1 and 2 because they're through. Yeah. There's Tampa again. Tampa, just like their resume says that they're a better shot. And then Vegas is 4th, which I think is a little bit odd. And weird. Buffalo is 5th. Dallas, Minnesota, Montreal from there. And the Bruins are dead last right now in the odds.
Yeah.
I mean, they're down 3-1.
It's a lot to do with Vegas's path. They don't have a lot.
Right.
Colorado's going to have to go through Dallas or Minnesota. That's a lot tougher than whichever team.
Anaheim or Edmonton.
Yeah. Yep. Especially if Edmonton's kind of limping a little bit with McDavid.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550. To your point about like the ways they can win, is there any coincidence that the Sabres looked as dominant as they did against the Bruins in a game where they got their first lead? They hadn't scored first in games 1, 2, or 3, and they'd won, of course, games 1 and 3. Game 4, there's that slightly different game script where it's 1-0 Buffalo, and then that's the game where they get 6.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that really drove home for them. Not that they haven't been pushing for the first goal, but the first goal tonight feels big, like it has the entire series. But it feels big for game script because we saw one game they scored first, and when Boston had to start trying to score, it got worse for them.
Right, and they barely even tried.
Right.
they
backed out in that second period.
There was that clip of Bowen Byram just standing in his own zone. Like, are you guys going to come do something?
Why didn't he just stand there longer? How long could it have been?
I think he could have gone for a minute and a half.
It might have. Because the boos would have been merciless in Boston. As you're down 4 goals and you're just letting him stand there.
Yeah.
They might have introduced the shot clock in the intermission.
It's insane. I think, we've talked about the first goal the whole time, and Lindy referenced it yesterday in his media availability. I thought about asking him, like, do you think they're going to have to play that way in the game in general because of the situation they're in? And before I even got to ask him, he mentioned that.
Yeah.
He said, like, they're going to have to, like, their D are probably going to be more involved tonight. They're going to have to open it up, and they're going to have to push. And he said, this is going to be the hardest game of the series. And I think he's right, but I also think it might just be the kind of game that Boston plays right into your hands. And you don't even need that first goal for them to open it up and give you the kind of game that you thrive in. I think you might just be there tonight because of the situation you've put yourself in. The early work you've done in the series is the same as if you had done early work in the game and you score an early goal, to me. The Boston's going to be forced to, listen, we cannot get in a hole. We can't lose this game. We've got to try and get out in front of these guys and get to our game quick. So they're going to hope to catch the Sabres, I think. And they should, but I think that plays right into the Sabres' hands. So I feel pretty good about them tonight.
803-0550. The Bruins did not skate yesterday.
Nope.
So,
and they won't skate this morning.
Right. So any sort of lineup changes will be withheld until pretty much game time.
Yep.
If Marco Sturm wants to feel like he can make some tweaks to the lineup. The tweaks to Game 3 did not appear to do much, of course. Like they changed some forwards out, and we'll see what they do tonight. 7:30 puck drop, a chance to advance. How do you feel about it? How you vibing? Nervous? I'm not nervous. I mean, they've got 3 chances to win the series. That's what it comes down to. Three in a row. 3 chances to win the series. They've been the better team in 3 out of 4 games. And the one game they lost, of course, like that game turns on a goofy goal. So Alex Lyon would expect him back in the net once again. And, I mean, maybe a power play goal. You never know. Let's get nuts,
feels
right?
Like they're due, right?
Let's get nuts. It has been better. It has been better. It almost got one. So yeah, let's have ourselves a night. Who do you got? I almost want to do like the Bucci overtime challenge. Mm-hmm. Let's just all pick our person that has the goal tonight that we remember forever. Although if they win like 6-0, they'll be 6.
Right.
Like
everybody will have their own favorite.
But I don't want to think they're going to win 6-0. I don't want to like plan for that. Are you getting Boston's best here? You might. You really might. Sturm said it that everyone came in mad. Even though they didn't practice, everyone came in pissed off that they're going to respond. They got to show they've got pride. He's another one that, so far in learning about him and how he's coaching this team, I said to you about Lindy after Game 2, I thought he'd be a little more upset. Sturm his delivery of how embarrassed he was kind of funny, I thought.
Yeah,
Just like as an outsider, instead of shouting and screaming how embarrassing, I mean, it was very embarrassing.
Right.
It was just very
sort of
subdued,
mellowed out.
Yep.
Yeah, that sucked.
I don't have any answers. It's very embarrassing.
Sorry, guys.
Who knows how loud it got in the room?
Oh, probably pretty loud.
Yeah. And Swayman,
Swayman.
you gonna get an angry Swayman tonight?
I think you most certainly will.
Is he gonna fight somebody on his own team?
He might tomahawk chop somebody and get it going. Yeah, I said before last game, we might see a Swayman snap, and I think we got it.
Yeah.
And if they get in hold tonight, I don't know why you would think that will change.
Could he and Lyon end up going at it is the question. Could there be a goalie fight if tempers rise? Because
Only
Lyon's not one to shy back.
There's only a goalie fight if it's a blowout.
Yeah,
And-
I don't think that happens if it's any kind of close. Either one of those guys would probably not want to take themselves out of the game. But I'd be curious. Lyon, I would be very curious how he would feel about a goalie fight. He might be a guy that's I do the talking thing, but I'm not I'm not doing that.
I mean, he did offer to fight
he did
Tanner
offer to
Jeannot.
fight Tanner Jeannot.
Yes.
Yeah, he's like, you want to fight?
So maybe that would be very interesting. He's not the biggest guy.
Lyon? No,
I talked to. He's not a huge dude.
Evan in Syracuse. Good morning, Evan. What's up? Happy game day.
Happy game day. Happy game day. So, generally, I think what this series is teaching the Sabres, right, and this is such an important thing in light of the comments from Lindy, is finishing, right? Because so many times over the drought, right, I know that the drought's over, but so many times over that, this team's gotten right to the precipice, many times with the same personnel or slightly different personnel, and they just haven't been able to, finish the target off. And I think that it's really important here because, the Bruins are in a vulnerable spot, right? They're probably going to be flailing around tonight. They're probably going to be opening up on defense, but you still have to contend with their savvy, right? You still have to contend with the fact that David Pastrnak is a veteran. You still have to contend with the fact that McAvoy and all these other guys are going to try and get under their skin. You're still going to have to contend with Zadorov being a guy who is a total menace, for which I have no idea why he was not suspended. And then you're also going to have to contend with Swayman just overall trying to invigorate his team with his energy on the bench, or, hopefully he just pops out and goes crazy like he did the last game. So this is going to be a teaching moment for this team, right? And I am really excited to see how they respond to this, because the last thing I want to see, even if they lose tonight, the last thing I want to see is this Buffalo Sabres team become complacent, fattened, essentially. Just, look, we're in this position in the series. We don't have to put forward our best effort. They're vulnerable. They're on the ground. It's a knockout punch opportunity. Take the shot.
Yeah, thanks, Evan. I mentioned this yesterday when we talked with Paul. You've got a couple players talking about how this is the toughest one to win. I think it was Bo Byram that said that. Alex Tuck, who we'll talk to at 8 o'clock today, he's been through playoff series before. You kind of wonder, right? You get that moment if you're a first-timer in the playoffs, like Krebs and Tage and Dahlin. Here it is. You've got your moment to finish off a series. I don't know that they'll be nervous or whatever. I wonder if they're just unbelievably jacked up. You can kind of see the finish line here. Everything you worked for was not just they keep saying, it's not just about one series, not just about the division. They've been talking about going for the Stanley Cup. And listen, having that as your goal is, of course, what you want, but you got to clear boards along the way. You got to clear hurdles along the way. And this is, you earn days off. You earn a rest. Mm-hmm. The playoffs are hard games, and it's every other night. And if you win tonight, it's kind of like in football earning a bye, right? You win tonight, you don't have to play in Boston. You don't have to travel again. It's right there, Oh, and I'm sure from you doing drills, and if so-and-so scores, then there's no practice tomorrow, right?
Right.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah.
We're going. This is win this game tonight, and we don't go to Boston, hang out, hang with the family, and start watching other games to see who's next on the docket.
Exactly. I think I don't think that these guys will be overwhelmed by really any moment at this point. I think you've heard them reference once or twice, I think Tage talked about it, what they've gone through here, I think, hardens you in a way that
the 8 years of adversity,
right? All this time.
I thought that was so interesting. Like, instead of like adversity of going through a playoff series, Tage, it's like it's been 8 years of adversity. Like we've been battling losing all the time.
And so there's that. Losing better than anyone in this league. The guys on this team, they know that feeling. And whether it's playoffs or not, the feeling of coming up short and what that does to you. And I think these guys, more than anyone in the league, will be motivated to stave that off as long as they possibly can. So I think that this team, with the leaders they have, with Dahlin and Thompson both, I don't think there is going to be a time where they get fat and happy because of that, because they know what it's like when you are in that sort of complacent with being in a bad place sort of mentality, and because they have that drive to let's change this. I think it's a perfect sort of punch of you're good. Don't worry about it. We know what we've got to do, and we know how important it is to do it. So we're just going to do it because we have no other choice. We've done everything else. Let's just go do it. I think that's powerful.
803-0550. Give us a ring. One other thing happens in the NHL today. Well, a lot of things happen. There are other games. But the announcements for finalists on awards starts today. Once a day, weekdays, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all next week, into all the way to the 11th are the finalists for the major awards. Today, I should say, is the Ted Lindsay Award. We'll get the finalists for the Ted Lindsay Award. Most Outstanding Player is voted on by the NHLPA. And, just looking forward to this schedule, Friday is our first chance to get mad. That's the Jack Adams Coach of the Year. Finalists for the Jack Adams on Friday. The Norris is Thursday, May 7th. And I don't know the Sabres would be, could we get a Selke in there? Finalist, maybe.
Tuck, maybe?
Yeah, he's always in the mix.
Around that,
yeah. So anyway, Masterton Trophy. Dahlin could be up for that one as well, for sure.
I would bet he wins that one.
803-0550. Whether it's a prediction, a vibe, an airing of, whatever you're feeling, let's talk about it. We've got Alex Tuck coming up at 8 o'clock. At 7:30, I've got Joe D'Ambrosio, who covers UConn football, to talk to us about Skylar Bell, the Bills' newest wide receiver they took in the draft. We'll, of course, start to get to learn about all these Bills draft picks. So that's the slate for today. We'll call Paul. I didn't text him last night. We'll call him. He'll come on at some point. 803-0550. Game night. Chance to move on. What a night. What a time. Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Are we going to get a franchise moment tonight? That's what I think of. The Pominville goal or Mayday or Dave Hannon. You get moments that you'll never forget. And this series has not yet gone to overtime. I was going through all the scores of every other series, and I think Pittsburgh-Philly might be the only series that also has no overtime games.
Looks like it, because Colorado-LA went to overtime once, which would surprise some people.
And Vegas went to overtime last night and beat Utah 5-4 in an absolutely wild game.
Edmonton and whoever they're playing.
Anaheim.
I'm blanking on it.
Game 4 was overtime there.
Crazy situation at the end of that
Montreal,
game.
Tampa's only overtime games. Even Ottawa, Carolina went to overtime in a game.
Mm-hmm.
Colorado as well. So I think it's only Buffalo, Boston, and Pittsburgh, Philly that have no overtime games. And, man, there are, if you think about moments where you have a chance to win a series and you're in overtime, the Sabres had that in Game 6 against Philadelphia in 2012 or 11, whichever it is. And that's, the Leno game is you're on the ice with a chance to win the series. And I think about those moments. It's Pominville, of course, how he scores and advances. I think of the series between Calgary and Tampa. When Tampa beats Calgary to win their first cup,
Yes.
Calgary is at home in overtime to win the cup. Mm-hmm. And they lose in overtime, and then they lose Game 7.
Yeah.
And, like, who's ready for overtime tonight? It's the first round.
I know.
They have 3 chances to win, but it's all I can think about is, will there be some sort of iconic moment? Will someone's name, some Sabre tonight, go into lore? Like, oh, forever and ever, now we remember
Maybe.
Logan Stanley.
Right.
Doesn't even matter who it is.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. It could be anybody. Yeah.
Jack Quinn scores an
what's-
overtime winner.
That's what's so, I think, sort of exciting about these moments is now it's not you could get the Beck Malenstein goals in the regular season, and those are great moments, and we remember those. But imagine one of those happening tonight.
Yeah.
In like the third period as a go-ahead goal, where he dances. Like, we will have that imprinted on the back of our eyelids for the rest of our lives if Beck Malenstein dances a guy and like roofs one. So it's every single shift, every pass, every hit feels so heightened and so important. And I think that translates even to the players. I think that's why you see the intensity the way it is in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And yeah, it's been a ride, and I think it's only going to get more and more insane.
Yeah.
This could be it. Game 5 between Sabres and Bruins set for tonight at KeyBank Center. The Sabres have a 3-1 series lead and look to close it out. Puck drop set at 7:30 right here on WGR. Some notes, though, from yesterday. Lindy Ruff told the media that Tyson Kozak and Jason Zucker are probable for tonight, and Josh Norris is a possibility. For Boston, Nikita Zadorov has been fined $5,000, the maximum allowable fine under the current CBA for his hit on Rasmus Dahlin. Other results from last night. The Penguins stay alive and beat the Flyers 3-2. And Vegas tied the series 2-2 with Utah after a 5-4 win. In case you missed anything on the draft, Sal Capaccio has a number of pieces up at our website, WGR550.com. Also on the website and on the Odyssey app, you can find Jeremy White's conversation with Brandon Beane on the draft from yesterday on demand. Around the NFL, Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison and Bucs defensive lineman Kalijah Cansey have had their fifth-year options picked up. The Cowboys signed wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling, formerly of the Steelers, to a one-year, $1.26 million deal. The 49ers, they've agreed to terms with running back Sincere McCormick, and Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel returned to the team facilities yesterday. Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby has checked into a residential treatment program for gambling addiction, and Sorsby is under investigation by the NCAA after it was discovered that Sorsby made thousands of bets on gambling apps. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
That's a good question. I really don't know. I can't even answer that. You're absolutely right. I mean, there's no reason for it. I think it started already game 3 a little bit. You could see it. You know, I don't know. I don't have an answer for it. For me, if you're in the playoffs, you come back as a Boston Bruin and playing at home. I mean, you should have a lot of juice, and for some reason we didn't.
Marco Sturm on game 4. Another thing, I kind of learned this about Boston. So, you know, the Bruins are obviously like a big ticket in the NHL, and there's a lot of hockey podcasts that talk plenty of Bruins and are based in Boston, like Spit and Chicklets, and like that tends to be a Boston heavy show. And one of the things that I think it was Ryan Whitney who made this point, he's going to be at the game tonight of the Spit and Chicklets podcast. He said about Boston that an afternoon hockey game is a Bruins Super Bowl. Like, they live to play afternoon hockey games in the playoffs. And that's what a Bruins fan views as, like, I'm trying to think, like, what our comparison for this. I'm not trying to say, like, Bills Sunday 1 o'clock, you know, just saying the words feels a certain way. That's a game that they never play like that in. That's a game they always, great. They would have looked at the schedule and said, perfect, we got a Sunday 2 o'clock. Book it. That's a Bruins win. And for them to be, of course, run out of their own building. 13 players had a scoring chance in the first period for the Sabres. 13. And, you know, would love to see a game just like that tonight. A party. A party where it means you're going on to the next round, right? Like, it's not quite 51-3, which was like going to the Super Bowl, but a party tonight where they just score a bunch and it's stress-free might be fun. Then again, if you get the first overtime game of the series, then, you know, you're waiting for the moment where maybe they go on to the next round just on a shot, which could be incredible. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. Boston-Buffalo tonight, Minnesota-Dallas tonight, and Anaheim-Edmonton tonight. Montreal and Tampa get started again tomorrow for Game 5. We'll get back to your phone calls at 803-0550. How you feeling? Nervous? Excited? The topic is basically like, you got a chance to win a series tonight, and we're just talking about it. Also, there are a number of folks in our YouTube chat suggesting that the Blade Gang, they'll be back in town, and Owen, they don't have a goalie. So, actually, you know what? I want to ask you, if the Blade Gang is listening and you need a goalie, we got a guy. It'd be great. Usually, you're going to the game. You're going to be in the press box again.
I'm going to be in the press box.
You're going to be on post game again.
Yeah, I'll be on post game again.
Hold on. Our post game host is one of our post game hosts is down skating in with the Blade Gang.
Right. Yeah, that would be pretty hilarious. Yeah, I've gotten a lot of, you know, they need a guy. I know a couple of those dudes just from a distance.
The Blade Gang?
Similar age as me.
Okay.
Yeah, I've grown up in South Buffalo, those guys. I know a couple of them. Maybe
do they all have names that are not their names? Like we need mysterious superhero identities for the Blade Gang.
I know. My buddy texted me the other day and said, you know, Risto in the Blade Gang.
Yeah.
And he just referred to him as Ristolainen.
Yeah, right, Risto.
But the Blade Gang version of Risto. And I was like, oh, I didn't even realize that was a guy that I vaguely know.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll have to see if there's a way to make that work, but it would be pretty hilarious. Those guys are awesome.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. 803-0550. I'll also ask in a moment why we're asking if milkshake is ice cream in the YouTube chat. We're going to have to check in on the bullpen at some point because I don't know what's going on in there today. All right, DJ in Lockport. DJ, good morning.
Hey, good morning. You got my mind kind of twirling here. Now I'm thinking these Blade Gang guys should be the names of the players, like Royce, Palmer, Risto. Like if they're wearing whoever's jersey, that should be their name.
Yeah.
But,
Who's represented? I haven't gone through the film enough to see. We've got All right, we'll get some video of it. Anyway, go ahead, DJ.
I thought I seen a Palmer in there, but so my thing with this series is it's kind of been playing out almost like a movie where you got the first couple acts. Obviously the big bring up is the Sabres coming back from the playoffs, 14 years, and it took them a couple periods to get going, and then they had an amazing comeback, and then they had the letdown from that game in Game 2, hence we lost. And you could tell they needed to find themselves again. They went on the road. They squeaked out a win in Game 3, and then they kind of rounded into form into Game 4, and now they are who they're supposed to be, and this is going to be like the coming out party in Game 5, coming back to Buffalo. I think they're just going to throttle this team. I really think this is going to be a 7-1, 7-0 game. I'm not assuming that's going to happen, but I feel like this could be one of those games like the Philly game or you know what I mean, like a Thrashers game in the second week in the 05-06 game or 05-06 season. I just think they have no answer for anything that they're going to do when they play their game, and I think they found their game in the playoffs. The intensity level, everything is rounding into shape, and this team's going to be a wagon going forward. So, but I'll hang up and listen, but that's what I'm looking at, and that's what I'm hoping is going to happen. So go Sabres.
Thanks, DJ. One point about them finding their game. I don't want to pin it just to one player, but what percentage of it would you put as Noah Ostlund jumping on that line instead of Josh Norris? They all might. Norris could be available tonight. So could Kozak. So could Jason Zucker. Lindy said that at practice yesterday. They could all be available. But Noah Ostlund going in that lineup, and he had a huge Game 3. He had a goal and an assist. And then what happens in Game 4? All of a sudden, I got Doan and Benson looking like vintage Doan and Benson, which in Game 1 and Game 2, that kind of had not happened, right? We'd kind of come in, all right, 2 games into the series, I've got 2 goals from Tage Thompson, an empty netter from Tuck, and then who scored the goal in Krebs, Polk one in late in Game 2. I'm thinking, I'm just not getting the scoring depth that you're going to need to win a series, and then you go to Boston and Ostlund's right there, and Krebs and Benson and Doan. All of a sudden, the depth or the breadth of scoring that you had for a lot of the season is back. So that's what has me most optimistic about the series, about the night, which is now, do I have 2 really, really good lines rolling, and maybe even a third? I feel like the McLeod line has been a lot better. That line early on in the series. There's obviously a lot of speed there, and Boston gets challenged with speed. So, I'm saying it off a game where they scored 6. But the 2 games in Boston, I thought their forward lines looked a lot more complete. And Ostlund being the guy that got plugged in there, I think did a lot of that.
Yeah, Ostlund is a real player. I just there's no real other way to say it. But that kid does it all, and I think he gives Doan and Benson both a lot of comfortability. Not that Norris doesn't, but I think there's something about the 3 of them when they get together that there is a synergy and a chemistry there that allows them to really sort of reach flow state. And Doan and Benson can just go around and be absolute nightmares.
I love that you said
low.
flow state, because there have been multiple times where I've thought that exactly that. Everything. And it also happens when Byram's on the ice. Yes. Byram plays in a flow state at all times.
Yeah. They were it looks like it's just, okay, this is happening. I'm going to.
Completely connected.
It's so easy, and everything looks so, you're connected. And I think that is really a lot of credit to Ostlund, because I think he does so much facilitating and so much transporting the puck and putting it in the right spots that allows that kind of stuff to flourish. I think Norris is great. He might be a better puck carrier than a distributor, and Ostlund can do both, really, I think. And that is really exciting. And I really have loved watching Ostlund play. I'm curious what they even do if Norris is healthy enough to play tonight.
Yeah.
Where do you put him? On your 4th line?
Yeah, I don't know.
Or do you just go
you might have
sorry?
To be, if Zucker or Kozak look like they might not go.
Sure.
They've got 3 guys that could go, might not. We'll see.
Yeah.
803-0550, 1-888-552-550. What a beautiful day it was yesterday. 70s. I watched some of Pittsburgh, Philly out back. We got a TV out back in our back patio. Sat outside, watched hockey. Dreamed of days like this. The youth of today. It's like explaining to my kids, like, how come they're playing hockey and it's warm outside?
Right. Isn't this supposed to be over?
This happens from time to time. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. I'll tell you my plan for tonight, by the way. These kids are about to go to bed to a playoff game for the first time in their lives. My wife's going to the game, and I've got all three kids. Basically, I'm going to get the youngest down, and then, trying to get the other two to sleep during an intermission means, hey, you guys can fall asleep during play if you want. But we are going to be, we're calling it a playoff put down. Playoff put down tonight. I'll put the phone on. We'll kind of set it up, we'll lay in bed and just watch the hockey game. Intermission, we'll go to stories. Then we're back to playoff put down. These kids will be up till 10:30 tonight watching, rooting for Tage Thompson. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us. Jeremy and Joe, if you want to give us a ring, we got a spot for you. Mike will get to your call on the other side. Alex Tuck at 8, and Joe D'Ambrosio on Skylar Bell in his time at UConn coming up at 7:30 here on WGR. The other thing I think about tonight, and I'm not one to often buy into this idea that the talking about your team is, well, they're not talking about the Sabres. They keep talking about Boston. It's not how the Sabres are good. It's how Boston didn't show up. It's not how the Sabres made them go crazy. It's how Boston is embarrassed. And sure, I think sometimes that is true. And this time, I actually think it's legit. I think there's a little bit more about how bad Boston was in Game 4 and maybe not enough how good Buffalo was. And if the Sabres are able to take this down tonight and get the Bruins out in 5 games, could it be like a wake-up call for the rest of the league? People are on alert to a degree, like, oh, yeah, good season. They ended their drought. They won the division. But there's still this general belief that the division belongs to Tampa, even though Tampa's really in a dogfight with Montreal, that the East might even belong to Tampa. And if the Sabres take care of the Bruins in 5 and look as good as they have doing it, maybe people around the hockey world kind of wake up as to, oh, no, the Sabres just ragdolled the Bruins right out of the series, and they're on to the next round.
Yeah, I've seen a lot more of, Boston just didn't show up than I would have liked, and not enough like, oh, wow, look at Buffalo go.
Yeah.
There's not been sort of that, all right, they're proving that they can play now in this time of year, and I think that's exactly what they're doing. They're playing the exact kind of team that I think people thought they wouldn't be able to beat.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're doing, and they're showing, we can dismantle these guys. We can skate right around and play river hockey and win. And I think that is not getting the sort of credit that it deserves. I think you're right. If they go out tonight and just 4-2 win, just cruise to a 5 or a Game 5 win, and then you're off and waiting for the winner of Tampa Montreal, I think people will be forced to say, all right, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, Boston we've talked about their lack of depth and everything, but they were a legit team. They were right there in a really tough Eastern Conference. They've got a great goal. They got good players, and Buffalo is, as we sit here now, I think, really handling them. And I think they deserve credit for that.
Yeah. Happy game day. Quick thing on the Bills draft. I saw the Bills tweeted out some video of TJ Parker in the facility, and Matty Glab's asking him, what's your favorite hobby? And the way they clipped it, or he answered very fast, golf. Big golfer. That's how you get drafted, the Buffalo Bills. Josh needs another playing partner. Like, let's get TJ Parker out there. Then they got him putting in the hallways. So, good stuff. We'll talk with Jody Ambrosio, who covers UConn football, at 7:30 to talk about Skylar Bell. And I've got a Twitter poll I'm ready to put up, but I don't want to put it up right now because we're in the midst of like, hey, Sabres, Game 5, the fever and all that. And if I put it up, it will feel like it's just like out of nowhere, even though it's normal this time of year. I kind of want to ask, who do you expect more from this season, Keon Coleman or Skylar Bell? Who's a bigger part of the offense? Like, let's do an expectation check. Who's a bigger part of this offense, Keon Coleman or Skylar Bell? So I'm not posting that poll yet. What time can I do that? What time can I do that without everyone yelling at me like, it's the Sabres, man. We're Sabres Bruins tonight. Like, I know.
Should do it at 7:42.
Yeah?
Right as puck
drops.
Oh, tonight? Bang. I'm going to use it today. I also got to think of what my answer is. Because I saw like a little bit of like, what's the over-under for Skylar Bell yards this year? Joe would have this number like ready to rock.
Yes,
He would be like 378 yards.
Yeah.
Like, all right, what do I think? Over-under on that. Maybe that's an over. I'd bet under 500.
Yeah.
But you never know. Like
It's a good question.
He could come in and be a big-time contributor if it works out,
Yeah,
or just kind of slow play it along the way. It made me look up Gabe Davis's rookie stats to figure, is he going to be more or less than Gabe Davis in his rookie year? Davis in his rookie season. Oh, I'm sorry, Mike. I was just about to get to your phone call. So if you want to call back on the Sabres, you can. Gabe Davis's rookie year was 600 yards, 599. Yeah. Take that.
Yeah.
If Skylar Bell came in and did 599 yards and 7 touchdowns, that was Gabe's rookie season. Like, Gabe was a touchdown machine.
What do we think if he does that?
I think it's going. We think it's going great.
Yes.
Like,
It's going absolutely great.
It's all come true. The prophecy.
Yeah. I mean, DJ Moore will be expected to kind of lead the way.
Right.
And then after that, Shakir and Kincaid, we're down the board a bit for Coleman and Bell. And I think that's one of the things that might work well for them is they're not going to be, needed to go for 800.
It feels like Kincaid would maybe be a key to how much Bell is needed. If Kincaid's healthy, then maybe that's less.
Yeah.
But if Kincaid is, out for half the year like he is always, then you could maybe lean on Bell if he's showing you something.
Back to your calls on the Sabres. Game night tonight. It's going to be a scene downtown, an absolute scene. Who bangs the drum? That's what everybody's waiting for. What kind of scene are we looking at? I got to play a Scott Van Pelt clip talking about Sabres fans from earlier this week that I thought was awesome. Kind of lays out what I think about the Blade Gang, jumping through tables. I got to that last week, and Scott Van Pelt kind of solidified what I was saying. So we'll play that at some point. Jeremy and Joe, good morning. Joe's out for a bit. Get to your calls on the Sabres. What's your vibe for tonight? Closeout game here on WGR. Are we going to get a franchise moment tonight? Like, that's what I think of.
It
The
feels like
Pominville
it.
goal or Mayday or Dave Hannon. You get moments that you'll never forget. And this series has not yet gone to overtime. I was going through all the scores of every other series, and I think Pittsburgh-Philly might be the only series that also has no overtime games.
Looks like it because Colorado-LA went to overtime once, which
Yeah.
would surprise some
And
people.
Vegas went to overtime last night
Yep.
and beat Utah 5-4 in a absolutely wild game.
Edmonton and whoever they're playing.
Anaheim.
I'm blanking
Yep.
on it.
Game
Yeah,
4
they
was
had that
overtime there.
Crazy situation at the end of that
Montreal,
game.
Tampa's like only overtime games. Even Ottawa, Carolina went to overtime in a game.
Mm-hmm.
Colorado as well. So I think it's only Buffalo, Boston, and Pittsburgh, Philly that have no overtime games. And, man, there are, if you think about moments where you have a chance to win a series and you're in overtime, I mean, the Sabres had that in Game 6 against Philadelphia in 2012 or 11, whichever it is. And that's, the Leno game is you're on the ice with a chance to win the series. And I think about those moments. It's Pominville, of course, how he scores and advances. I think of the series between Calgary and Tampa. When Tampa beats Calgary to win their first cup,
Yes.
Calgary is at home in overtime to win the cup. Mm-hmm. And they lose in overtime, and then they lose Game 7.
Yeah.
And, who's ready for overtime tonight? It's the first round.
I know.
They have 3 chances to win, but it's all I can think about is, will there be some sort of iconic moment? Will someone's name, some Sabre tonight, go into lore? Forever and ever, now we remember
Maybe.
Logan Stanley.
Right.
Doesn't even matter who it is.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. It could be anybody. Yeah.
Jack Quinn scores an overtime winner.
That's what's so, I think, sort of exciting about these moments is now it's not you could get the Beck Malenstein goals in the regular season, and those are great moments, and we remember those. But imagine one of those happening tonight.
Yeah.
In the third period as a go-ahead goal, where he dances. We will have that imprinted on the back of our eyelids for the rest of our lives if Beck Malenstein dances a guy and roofs one. So it's every single shift, every pass, every hit feels so heightened and so important. And I think that translates even to the players. I think that's why you see the intensity the way it is in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And yeah, it's been a ride, and I think it's only going to get more and more insane.
Yeah.
This could be it. Game 5 between the Sabres and Bruins set for tonight at KeyBank Center. The Sabres have a 3-1 lead in the series. They look to close it out. Puck drop at 7:30 right here on WGR. Some notes, though, from practice yesterday. Lindy Ruff told the media that Tyson Kozak and Jason Zucker are probable for tonight, and Josh Norris is a possibility. For Boston, Nikita Zadorov has been fined $5,000, the maximum allowable fine under the current CBA for his hit on Rasmus Dahlin. Some results from the playoffs last night. The Penguins stayed alive to beat the Flyers 3-2. In Vegas, they tied the series 2-2 with Utah after a 5-4 win. In case you missed anything on the draft, Sal Capaccio has a number of pieces up on our website, WGR550.com. Also on the website and the Odyssey app, you can find Jeremy White's conversation with Brandon Bean on the draft from yesterday on demand. Looking around the NFL, Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison and Bucs defensive lineman Kalijah Cansey have had their fifth-year options picked up. The Cowboys signed wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling, formerly of the Steelers, to a one-year, $1.26 million deal. The 49ers agreed to terms with running back Sincere McCormick, and Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel returned to team facilities yesterday. Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby has been checked into a residential treatment program for gambling addiction. Sorsby is under investigation by the NCAA after it was discovered that he made thousands of bets on gambling apps. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
To LaFontaine, he gets tripped up, gets it to May, and over the line. Here's May going in on goal. He shoots. He scores! Mayday! 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 Brad May wins it in overtime.
Series-winning goals. Could we get one tonight? Jeremy and Joe. Joe's out for a little bit here. We're ready for Sabres Bruins tonight. I want to play one more clip, too, as well. I didn't tell Joe Kelly this. Joe, could you grab Paul on the postgame show when Brian Koziel asked about a potential Nikita Zadorov suspension? If you missed this on the postgame show, that we got to somehow turn this into a new open for Paul. Paul's joining us on the Western Hotline. And we're going to make Paul, this made it into the morning show group chat. I don't know if it was Owen or if it was Joe. Somebody said, like, check this out. All right, Joe, you got it? All right, everybody. We'll give you the update on this Nikita Zadorov story, but this was Brian Koziel on the postgame show asking our Sabres beat reporter, Paul Hamilton, whether or not he expected a suspension for Zadorov.
Benson said, he heard the stick break. He was right there for his captain, but will the league do anything, you think, on this play? I know Lindy.
All right, Paul, so follow-up. You're not surprised.
No, not at all. This is the National Hockey League. A 10 to injure doesn't matter. George Peros probably had done that many times in his career. Boys will be boys.
Yeah.
So, it doesn't matter if you're intending to hurt somebody and you smash your stick over them and actually break your stick over them. Quite a while after the whistle. Why would that matter?
Yeah, you get what amounts to maybe as like a parking ticket for doing that. So the choice for Zadorov there. He was missing at Bruins practice though. He and Arvidsson were both missing from Bruins practice the very next day, from what I understand. But they didn't practice yesterday. I don't know. Trying to track what's going on in Boston. A lot of the story about this series, Paul, at least right now, is like what nationally is what kind of response the Bruins might have because they're getting absolutely like roasted for their Game 4 performance.
And they should. Their own teammates were roasting them. Charlie McAvoy had a lot to say, but Charlie McAvoy wasn't much better than the rest of them. I mean, watch Josh Jones' goal. I mean, that Charlie McAvoy is considered one of the elite defensemen in the National Hockey League, and he basically just allowed Doan to get in behind him, set up shop, and just stand there and let McLeod find him for a tip-in. So, it was astonishing how they basically gave up in that game. A couple of those fourth liners kept going, but other than that, they just were nowhere to be found. And Pasternak, first time I noticed him, pretty much the whole time was when he was trying to get in that scuffle.
Yeah, Pasternak's, to me, interesting, Paul. Like, the amount of hanging back, trying to get behind the defense that he's been doing this series, it's almost like leaving Boston in their own zone to play shorthanded. I mean, they've got him cheating the zone a lot. And, I don't know, it almost seems like on some level with the Sabres forecheck, it's a way for Pasternak to take himself out of the series.
Yeah, really, it is. And because it was successful for him in the beginning of the series. He was getting behind and getting opportunities, and Lindy Ruff was saying, that's kind of what he does. And he was successful getting behind the Sabre defense, but even Samuelson made a nice play. He was trying to get behind the defense, and it looked like he was by Samuelson, and the puck came up, and Samuelson just very calmly got back, with him. And with the reach that we all know he has, used that reach, just knocked the puck right off his stick, and the rush was eliminated. And really, there wasn't all that much to it.
For Samuelson, Paul, like this series has been a lot about like how well Byram has played, and Byram and Power have been really good. If you like, whatever, inside of a series, Samuelson a little bit of unsung hero here?
Yeah, no, definitely. He's just been solid. He's been doing what he does. Kills plays, blocks the occasional shot, good penalty killer, and just, out there killing plays, what you would expect from him. And, we've talked about Dahlin. Hasn't been Dahlin, but I wouldn't say he's been awful. It's just he hasn't been what we had seen from Rasmus Dahlin during the season. The Bruins have kind of tried to stay around him and not let him get rolling or let him get up ice or things like that. But it's not like his coverages are bad or, the team is really struggling when he's on the ice or anything like that.
Paul Hamilton joining us here. His appearance brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. Paul, the updates from practice. Norris, Zucker, Kozak, all likely to be available. Is that how Lindy put it?
I think, yeah, and we were pretty much anticipating that because after the game, Ruff said that Zucker and Kozak were available to come back. And he basically said, you know what, it's 6-0, there's no point. Let's just not bring them back right now. We don't need to. And so I thought to myself, okay, they should be fine. And I saw actually Zucker in their video, how they put the pucks on a board, trying to get 16 pucks on a board, and he was the one that put the one on for that win. So you knew he was around in the post game and looked fine. So with Norris, it now becomes a question: does he have to wait his turn?
Yeah.
Throughout the season, Zucker had to wait his turn. He happened to come off injury during the 10-game winning streak, and they weren't disturbing that, so he had to wait. Ostlund had to wait just recently now until Norris got hurt, and that got him into the lineup. I just look at what's in the lineup and what they did in Boston, and I just can't get to where I would dress him for this game.
I mentioned to the guys in here, like the Sabres found another gear to their game in games 3 and 4. And how much of that would you say is Ostlund being on that line? Like plugged back in, he played really well in game 3. And in game 4, that line was kind of really dynamic again. Nothing against Norris, but it did not look great in the first 2 games. And Ostlund goes in and they find their secondary scoring that I feel like they were looking for in games 1 and 2.
Well, with Norris getting hurt, it makes me wonder, was he hurt the whole series? Has he been hurt the whole series? And when Ostlund goes into the lineup, yes, it was an improvement for the line. And so, again, if I'm Lindy Ruff, I just don't think I would change it right now. There really is no need to. And it gives him more chance to get better, too. Is he 100% or is he just good enough that he can play? If he can play, we don't know if he can or not, but so it just gives you more time with it if you need it.
Paul Hamilton here on WGR. That's we'll get the injury report brought to you by Hamburg Overhead Doors. Your garage door injured, call the experts at Hamburg Overhead Door to get your door healthy again. So, Paul, as we look to a closeout game, are you more interested to see the Sabres' energy, the Bruins' energy as they try to come back from what was that terrible game? We've got a Buffalo team. I mentioned it to you earlier in the week that there are veterans here, and there are some guys that have been through spots like this before. As you get, a win and you're into the next round, and at home, it's coming with some expectations into this game.
Yeah, and guys like Bo Byram and Alex Tuck have already said it, and I'm sure they're saying it inside the locker room that the 4th win is the hardest win to get. And, they have to understand that. There's, Lindy Ruff was talking yesterday about, well, you might see the Bruins add an extra guy coming into the rush. And, well, if they do that, you've fallen right into the Sabres' hands. I mean, now you're playing the Sabres game. You want to play that game. I don't think that's going to get you anywhere. Yeah, you got to try to do something to score. I understand that. You only scored 2 goals at home. But still, trying to open things up a little bit, I just would think would be a death sentence to them.
Right. We were talking about that, the idea of like game script, that it's probably not a coincidence. The one game the Sabres get the first goal, it goes that kind of game script. The power play, Paul, that goal that you pointed out came out right after the power play. Can they carry over what they did in Boston in Buffalo, which is it didn't score in Boston, I know that, but it didn't kill their game, right? It didn't sap them of energy. They played pretty well throughout the entire, 2 full games in Boston. Did you see anything that they did in those games that was different?
In that particular power play where Doan scored 2 seconds after Arvidsson got back on the ice, both units, I thought, moved the puck really, really well. If you recall, they found Thompson and right where they needed to find him for a one-timer. He was open, and he broke his stick. He followed through, and his stick shattered in half. I mean, it was like, really, because that's really the first time they've shaken him loose in a while, and they did, and he was right there for his patented one-timer, and then the other unit came on, and they started moving the puck around, I thought, very well. And Doan tipped the puck. That was the one where I was talking about with McAvoy, just let him slip in behind him and didn't do anything about it. And, Doan tipped it in. Now, unfortunately for their little streak there, because I immediately looked at Arvidsson, and he had just gotten his second skate on the ice. So he was nowhere near the play or anything like that. And as Lindy said afterwards, well, I'm counting it as a power play goal. So, as I keep saying, it was an almost power play goal. It was just it was good play that led to a goal. It wasn't a power play goal, but as far as what was happening during the play, it was a 5-on-4.
Paul, the move to go to Alex Lyon, of course, produces 2 wins. He gives up a goal in each of the 2 games, one a screenshot maybe, the other, the shorthanded goal at the end where it's not even your real power play out there. You're just kind of, bleeding out the clock. Lindy talked about his attitude yesterday and how the Sabres, the players kind of respond to the way that he plays and the attitude he brings on the ice.
He is a very unique person to talk to or whatever, even like after a practice or anything. He's always willing to engage a conversation. And he'll always say hello, ask how you are, and that type of thing. Ask questions about your life or something like that and just engage a conversation or whatever. He was the guy when we were talking about, I said something to him like, well, in football they have the quarterback room. Do you guys have like a goalie room where maybe the 3 of you sit in there and go over things? He goes, well, we don't do that. But he goes, we do talk all the time, and we talk goalie. And I go, okay.
Is that a language?
Yeah, is that a language or what? We're talking goalie. So, he's just at times pretty funny, but very analytical in what he says, and he'll be very honest with you when you ask a question. He'll take responsibility if he needs to for his play or anything else.
Paul Hamilton here on the Wester Hotline. Paul, last thing I want to get you is there was a lot made of the third pair coming into the playoffs. I'll be the first one to say, like, hand up. I was nervous about how the third pair would look in the postseason, and to my eye so far, it's given them pretty much everything they could ask for.
I agree, it has, and they've moved the puck well, I think. We already know Timmins is a great shot blocker, and even Stanley has had some key blocks in this series. One shorthanded and 5-on-5, and I think it's gone pretty well. The first goal Lyon gave up in the series, Timmins totally screened him, but he went down to block the shot, and Timmins is going to block the shot 9 out of 10 times. So I'm not going to get on his back because he screened the goaltender. That one happened to go under him, and Lyon never saw the puck coming. But with the amount of shots he blocks and how good he is at it, yeah, there's going to be the odd time like that where you miss it and you screen the goaltender, but I wouldn't tell him to stop, because most times he is going to block that shot.
Paul Hamilton, his appearance brought to you by Raylax, Honda Raylax. We got this. Thanks, Paul. We'll be listening tonight, and enjoy Game 5.
Sounds good. Take care.
KeyBank Center, 7:30. Puck drop-ish. I should ask Paul who bangs the drum. Who bangs the drum? Is it wrong that my only regret about the drum bangers draft that we've run is that it only applies to home games? I wish we could have like a drum banger thing every night because we got Game 5 tonight and then Game 7 if it gets to 7, but hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully things close out tonight. Mike in Rochester is up next. Hey, Mike.
Hey guys, what's going on? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, my thing was for tonight was just how big important this game was. I mean, if they can close out Boston tonight, I mean, I think the other series, Game 7, isn't until Sunday if it gets that far. They could have a good chunk of time here where they can get some rest to really help them out. I don't know about momentum and stuff, but I think they would be able to turn it on whenever Game 1 would be.
Yeah.
But I just think it's important tonight to just get this win, get a little rest, reset yourself for the next series, and let's go.
Yeah, the good news is they don't have a long list of guys that this would even apply to. Like, whatever. We've mentioned Norris, Kozak, and Zucker. All should be available tonight, but, maybe they're nursing something that would play through it. What's Carrick's timeline? And does Carrick immediately get back in? Same kind of question where, like, is somebody waiting their turn? I think Carrick would go right in.
I think Carrick goes right in as the 4C.
I do too.
I think he is a step above Dunn and Kozak both. I've liked both those guys, but I think with the way Carrick was playing before he got hurt, you'd want to see if he could.
His timeline was 4 to 6.
Yeah, that I don't get the sense that he's that close. They ruled him out of this series before it even began, which makes me think that it's something that they know isn't going to get better quickly.
Right, but I'm thinking about is he's laying out the timeline for the Tampa series.
Right.
Like if the Sabre, right, he doesn't need like an extra 2 days. He would be hurt. He'd be out this series no matter what. But if the Tampa series Tampa Montreal goes 7, let's just play the game on when that would be. Game 5 in that series is tomorrow. Mm-hmm. So you're probably into like May 4th. And Carrick got hurt. His last game was March 31st.
Right.
So we're at a month.
Right.
There's your 4.5 weeks. Like
another week or two.
You might get him back mid-series next series, and I would think if you can get to the conference final, like
you'd have him there.
I think he's back by then.
You would think so.
But other than that, like there's nobody else we're waiting on. At least, knock on wood.
Right.
Not yet.
Hopefully.
But getting the rest would be good, right?
Absolutely.
It would also be difficult to have the series end tonight and not have any idea when they play again until maybe next Monday.
Right. It would be a while.
That would be tough.
Yeah.
Making plans for the next 2 weeks. Oh, we've got a birthday party coming up on May 11th or May 14th. I don't know if I can go to that.
Right.
Well, when will you know? As soon as the Tampa Montreal series ends, we can discuss it. Like,
sweet.
We could be in a no man's land for
a while.
Yeah, they pull up that Montreal Tampa series because there might even be like an extra travel day in here.
There might, because there was, the Sabres had an extra day off.
Yeah.
Or have an extra day off coming up, too.
Game 6 is Friday, May 1st in that series. So I would think it's going to be the Game 7.
Sunday.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I think so.
They were matched up with the Sabres for most of it. So, and Sabres Game 7 would be Sunday as well.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us on tonight. Will it be, a night that we never forget, or will it just be, on to Game 6? That's what Pittsburgh Philly's doing right now.
Yeah.
Philly had a chance to close out, and they've lost 2 straight.
Yeah, 2 straight. They were up 3-0.
Yeah. Montreal-Tampa confirmed would be Game 7. It says TBD, but it would be May 3rd.
Okay.
If we get to May 3rd, there are 3 Game 7s potential that day. And also 3 Game 7s May 2nd. So if these series advance.
Is it possible they could announce that schedule before even not knowing the opponent? Because the Sabres will get games 1 and 2.
That's right.
So could they go like, all right, on Saturday, we know who this is. We don't know which team is going to be, but either team, you're coming to Buffalo on Wednesday.
That's a great question. I would like to think you could, but if you don't know, it depends how many series are over. If you're only waiting on Montreal-Tampa, maybe, the buildings in Montreal and Tampa aren't conflicted and you could just put out your schedule. But by May 2nd, you could have 5 other series still in play. Mm-hmm. Philly, Pittsburgh, Minnesota, Dallas, Anaheim, Edmonton, Montreal, Tampa, and Utah, Vegas could all still be available there And you don't know if Pittsburgh and Philly, who's going to advance, what Western teams you have. I mean, they made us wait so long for the opening round schedule that I don't want to give the NHL any sort of benefit of the doubt on like getting ahead of things.
Right. That is my thought process as well.
Yeah.
I wouldn't count on it.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us on the NHL playoffs and tonight and what it could mean. Tons of fun. Tons of fun. I'm over here just feeling overtime. I don't know if everybody's ready for that stress. I'm not sure I am. But haven't had an overtime game in this series yet. Haven't really even had a nervous final 2 minutes, right?
Right, because there was the game one was the furious comeback.
Yeah, they got
and,
four
you're not
quick
really...
ones. They got the empty netter, and it was over.
Yeah.
Even though they did score. Yeah.
I don't know if I want that.
Overtime?
In my life. Yeah, I don't know if I can.
Overtime would be...
It'd make tomorrow morning tough.
It'd be nuts.
That would not be fun.
Tom in Canandaigua. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Good morning. I was just want to weigh in on rest versus rust. I was watching the Kachuk's Wingman podcast, and this question came up, and Keith Kachuk said they would take rest any day over rust because the body gets to recover, and it really only takes like a half a period to get the rhythm back.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, that's it.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I tend to agree. Like this point, whether it's a first-round bye in the playoffs in football or whatever, I would agree. You take rest almost every time. How about this? I saw, who was it? Might have been Paul Bissonnette who said this. I don't know. Someone talking Sabres Bruins. Of the three sports that play best of 7 series, baseball, basketball, baseball, basketball, hockey. Of the three, which is the hardest to come back from down 3-1 and which is the most, I don't say easy, but which feels the most likely and which feels the least likely? You're down 3-1 because they said, I know who it was, it might have been Dave Portnoy who said it, that down 3-1, it's hockey. That feels like the sport where a comeback down 3-1 is more likely.
I think I would lean towards agreeing with that because for me, hockey is such a
There's randomness.
It's just random.
There's bounces.
And, you could just get lucky for 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas I think if you're down 3-0 in basketball, 3-1 in basketball, it's because you're not as good as the other team.
Right.
And you're going to get beat again by that guy. Because it's probably a guy doing that to you. It's not a team. It's you can't stop LeBron, so you're going to lose now. So, that I think, for me, is what
I tend to agree. In baseball, it might come down to how good is the team's pitcher.
Right, pitching is big.
Am I going to see their ace? I got to beat their ace, or is their 1-2 really good? But yeah, I tend to agree. Not like the Bruins are in a great spot because they're not.
No,
but put it this way: if it were 3-1 Bruins coming into tonight, what would we think? Like, all right, win on home ice and keep the series going. It's not over.
Yeah.
In the Penguins, we've seen comebacks in hockey quite a bit more lately. The Oilers were down 3-0 in the Cup final. They lost, but they won 3 straight. So you got to close it out. You got to finish the job. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. On Skylar Bell, when we return, we'll talk with Jody Ambrosio, who works and covers UConn sports. Find out about the Bills' newest wide receiver, what kind of skill set he brings to this offense, what he does well. So it's coming up. Stay tuned. We'll get to know Skylar Bell a little bit more coming up here next on WGR. The other thing I think about tonight, and I'm not one to often buy into this idea that the talking about your team is, well, they're not talking about the Sabres. They keep talking about Boston. It's not how the Sabres are good. It's how Boston didn't show up. It's not how the Sabres made them go crazy. It's how Boston is embarrassed. And sure, I think sometimes that is true. And this right now, this time, I actually think it's legit. I think there's a little bit more about how bad Boston was in Game 4 and maybe not enough how good Buffalo was. And if the Sabres are able to take this down tonight and get the Bruins out in 5 games, could it be like a wake-up call for the rest of the league people are on alert to a degree, like, oh, yeah, good season. They ended their drought. They won the division. But there's still this general belief that the division belongs to Tampa, even though Tampa's really in a dogfight with Montreal, that the East might even belong to Tampa. And if the Sabres take care of the Bruins in 5 and look as good as they have doing it, maybe people around the hockey world kind of wake up as to, oh, no, the Sabres just ragdolled the Bruins right out of the series, and they're on to the next round.
Yeah, I've seen a lot more of, Boston just didn't show up than I would have liked, and not enough like, oh, wow, look at Buffalo go.
Yeah.
There's not been sort of that, all right, they're proving that they can play now in this time of year, and I think that's exactly what they're doing. They're playing the exact kind of team that I think people thought they wouldn't be able to beat.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're doing, and they're showing, we can dismantle these guys. We can skate right around and play river hockey and win. And I think that is not getting the sort of credit that it deserves. I think you're right. If they go out tonight and just like 4-2 win, just cruise
Take
to
care of business.
Cruise to a 5 or a game 5 win, and then you're off and waiting for the winner of Tampa Montreal, I think people will be forced to say like, all right, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, Boston is, we've talked about their lack of depth and everything, but they were a legit team. They were right there in a really tough Eastern Conference. They've got a great goal. They got good players, and Buffalo is, as we sit here now, I think, really handling them. And I think they deserve credit for that.
Yeah. Paul, the updates from practice. Norris, Zucker, Kozak, all likely to be available. Is that how Lindy put it?
I think, yeah, and we were pretty much anticipating that because after the game, Ruff said that Zucker and Kozak were available to come back. And he basically said, you know what, it's 6-0, there's no point. Let's just not bring them back right now. We don't need to. And so I thought to myself, okay, they should be fine. And I saw actually Zucker in their video, how they put the pucks on a board, trying to get 16 pucks on a board, and he was the one that put the one on for that win. So you knew he was around in the post game and looked fine. So, with Norris, it now becomes a question: does he have to wait his turn?
Yeah.
Throughout the season, Zucker had to wait his turn. He happened to come off injury during the 10-game winning streak, and they weren't disturbing that, so he had to wait. Ostlund had to wait just recently, now, until Norris got hurt, and that got him into the lineup. I just look at what's in the lineup and what they did in Boston, and I just can't get to where I would dress him for this game.
I mentioned to the guys in here, like, the Sabres found another gear to their game in games 3 and 4. And how much of that would you say is Ostlund being on that line? Like, plugged back in, he played really well in game 3, and in game 4 that line was kind of really dynamic again. Nothing against Norris, but it did not look great in the first 2 games, and Ostlund goes in and they find their secondary scoring that I feel like they were looking for in games 1 and 2.
Well, with Norris getting hurt, it makes me wonder, was he hurt the whole series? Has he been hurt the whole series? And when Ostlund goes into the lineup, yes, it was an improvement for the line. And so, again, if I'm Lindy Ruff, I just don't think I would change it right now. There really is no need to. And it gives him more chance to get better, too. Is he 100%, or is he just good enough that he can play? If he can play, we don't know if he can or not, but so it just gives you more time with it if you need it.
This could be it. Game 5. Sabres-Bruins set for tonight at KeyBank Center. The Sabres have a 3-1 series lead. They look to close it out. Puck drop at 7:30 right here on WGR. Some notes, though, from yesterday. Lindy Ruff told the media that Tyson Kozak and Jason Zucker are probable for tonight, but Josh Norris is a possibility. For Boston, Nikita Zadorov has been fined $5,000, the maximum allowable fine under the current CBA for his hit on Rasmus Dahlin. Some results from last night in the playoffs. The Penguins, they stay alive and beat the Flyers 3-2. And Vegas tied their series 2-2 with Utah after a 5-4 win. In case you missed anything on the draft, Sal Capaccio has a number of pieces up at our website, WGR550.com. Also on the website and on the Odyssey app, you can find Jeremy White's conversation with Brandon Bean on the draft from yesterday on demand. Looking around the NFL, Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison and Bucs defensive lineman Kalijah Cansey have had their fifth-year options picked up. The Cowboys, they signed wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling, formerly of the Steelers, to a one-year, $1.26 million deal. The 49ers, they've agreed to terms with running back Sincere McCormick. And the Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel returned to team facilities yesterday. Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby has checked into a residential treatment program for gambling addiction. Sorsby is under investigation by the NCAA after it was discovered that he made thousands of bets on gambling apps. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Vignano gets the ball into the hands of Skylar Bell. That's always a good idea for UConn. Down the sideline. He stays in bounds. Bell looking to take it back all the way. Touchdown, UConn.
Try to connect with Joe D'Ambrosio on UConn football. Skylar Bell, new Bills receiver. 101 catches in 13 games last year with the Connecticut Huskies and 1,278 yards. So we'll get to that in a minute. Also, of course, Sabres game night tonight, Sabres and Bruins. Game 4 and a chance to end a Boston sports team's season, which is just about my favorite thing to do. Does not happen that much, but when it does happen, it is wonderful. So that could happen tonight. Game 5 at KeyBank Center, scheduled for puck drop a little after 7:30 as the Sabres lead the series 3-1. Yeah, Bell, 1,278 yards and 13 touchdowns in 13 games. He was one of the most productive receivers in college football. And, you know, the Bills snag him in the 4th round. Is it a steal? Is it a big, huge victory? We'll see. I thought about asking this question on whatever, today here, it's a Sabres game day, but for the Bills in their draft, as the person who, you know, sat in this chair and yelled about receiver as much as anybody, I feel like the battle is over, the war is over, without having to fully say, like, maybe you didn't love the DJ Moore value or you would have taken a different receiver. Like, there's a lot of ways to get to where they got. But for those of you that have been on that wide receiver train, are you satisfied? I am adequately, satisfied. If you go 2 years to last year to this year, what they'd done at the position, you know, we kind of went from an everybody eats MVS, Mac Hollins, Keon Coleman rookie season group to this group, which, you know, say what you will about Coleman and what he might bring to the table, but DJ Moore is much more established. Josh Palmer is kind of like the forgotten guy they're hoping to bring back. Like, if Palmer slots in as a third option, that's probably where he should slot in. They have the young guy that they're kind of growing from the ground up. Like, I feel like what I have now is not one of, maybe not the best room in the league, maybe not top 5, but adequate and not quite obviously lacking. I think it's definitely adequate. And the draft pick makes a lot of sense because that gives you some potential boom on a young player coming in and making a difference. With Coleman, I asked Brandon Bean yesterday if they had received any calls on Coleman, and he said no, not in the draft, because at the Combine, a team asked, and they kind of shut it down, that he's getting a clean slate. They're kind of resetting things with Coleman. And if he comes in and just is a bit of a role player as opposed to a guy that's getting fed as many targets as he was, like I think a lot of the targets that were kind of forced to Coleman, that's a guy that they did force the ball. I think those are going to start going to DJ more organically, and whether it's Shakir or Kincaid, if Coleman can kind of just drift down the expectation chart and put up the same kind of numbers he just did, I almost want to say that we might treat that as a success, as a win. Like, his numbers, of course, last year were not very good. 400 yards on, 38 catches, but at the same time, like, if he did something similar to that, 550 was his first season and 4 touchdowns. That might not be that bad. The catch rate and the success rate, like, that's where the Bills lost a lot of efficiency in their offense, was these throws to Coleman that were kind of dead on arrival. And, a catch percentage of 51, and then last year was 64% on catch percentage for Coleman. His yards per reception from year 1 to year 2 was cut in half. They were not able to use him in the same way. Maybe everybody slotting in appropriately means he can get a little bit further down the field, get a little bit more time. Other receivers are keeping things honest. Like, I decided throughout this process to take the Bills at their word, whether that's Bean or Brady endlessly defending him, saying, the Brady quote, how the best thing to happen to him is me being his head coach. Like, I did not think that was all smokescreen. I thought that was legit. Whether it's a emphatic backing of the player because they looked out there and the value was not all that impressive. Like, hey, no one's even going to give us a 6th or a 7th for this guy. We're not going to take that L. It seems like a better idea to try and reinvent this thing. And I might agree with that it's a relatively cheap idea. He brings a skill set that can be useful, and just I don't know. I'm not sitting here thinking he can grow into a number 1 receiver, or even I'm not sure if he's going to get a second contract from this team. I think that's a long shot. But he can still be a role player and be a contributor that is on a cheap contract.
Yeah, it feels like if you get him last year, just carbon copy that season, and then you get anything out of Bell, and
without the suspensions, maybe without the benchings,
ideally. But if you get that same sort of production, you're infusing DJ Moore into the group should sort of raise the level of the whole thing.
Yeah,
and that probably takes a lot of pressure off of that. I think it's. Everything we talk about with these teams is sort of in the context of what we have for expectations. And if he has the same production-wise season that he had last year, I think that will exceed everybody's expectations for what he will do. Because I think we all are just he's just cast aside now. And if he goes out there and makes 2 plays next year, I think that's a win for them. Because, it's likely as a rotational piece where he's splitting time with a Bell or with whoever, and then maybe it's a change-up look you've got now with Keon out there on the outside, and that could be good. Who knows? And maybe Brady has some plan for him that will really change what he looks like out there. I have struggled to see what that would look like, just because the skill set isn't there to separate and sort of make the plays for himself. And I don't know that Brady's going to be working hard to scheme him open. Not anymore, at least. Not with the weapons he's got now. So it's going to be interesting to see where they take that. And I'd be curious whether it's to do something with him long-term here, or if it's just, let's see if we can rebound his stock a little bit and recoup some form of asset before we have to just let him go.
803-0550. I mentioned earlier I had that Twitter poll I wanted to put up, and I wasn't sure the right time to do it because we were talking so much Sabres. So I just did it just now.
Good.
Expectation check. Who will be a bigger part of the Bills' offense this year, Keon Coleman or Skylar Bell? You can vote in the Twitter poll, and if you want to give us a ring at 803-0550, you can join us that way as well. Other draft fallout, like we focus so much on the Bills draft. Other draft fallout, the Rams are the most interesting story to me and what they did. Yeah. And I saw, it's funny, like the parallels to the Bills on some level. I just want to mention a Rams parallel to the Bills because the Rams were consistently mocked a receiver and did not take one. Instead, they took a quarterback who will not play unless Matthew Stafford is hurt. And Dan Orlovsky, in defending the Rams' decision to take Ty Simpson, who, by the way, Ty Simpson has since revealed he and Sean McVay had a secret meeting that they tried to keep under wraps. The Rams wanted to be a big secret that they were interested in Ty Simpson. Meanwhile, they might have been able to get him in the second round. But whatever. Dan Orlovsky said the Rams are not 52 catches and 4 touchdowns away from beating the Seahawks in the NFC Championship, whatever, because they lost 2 games to the Seahawks.
Mm-hmm.
And it reminded me of anytime any GM says you're not one player away, I think you are often one player away. Sometimes you're one play away.
Right.
The Rams were one play away from beating Seattle in the NFC Championship game in Seattle, and the reason they didn't is because the guy they threw the ball dropped it.
Right.
Like, there are some Rams parallels with the Bills. They had a guy going into the end zone, he dropped it, and they would have taken the lead. The game would have been, I think, 38-34. And it's just these games, it's why I actually am going to loosely connect this to why the Bills taking a corner with their second-round pick makes sense to me. I almost think that when I start to build a team that's as good as this one, I should be building for shootouts. I should be building to expect. I know that around here it's a sensitive subject, how many points the defense has given up, and you want to improve that, and I hope that they do. But I'm still going to expect a shootout somewhere along the way. And the NFC Championship game this year between the Rams and the Seahawks was a shootout, 31-27. If the Rams score on that final drive, it's 34-31. Like, I know you like to believe that X number of points per game is enough to win, but you're going to get into a game probably where it's not enough to win. And if you're the Rams here, like, the number one thing Seattle probably wanted the Rams to do was exactly what they did. If you're the Seahawks, like, perfect. They did not get someone to help them win this year. Well, let's go win the NFC West again. What the Rams needed was someone to beat Nick Emenwari. They need someone to get open because Devontae Adams is 33, and Puka, I mean, Puka's great, but like, that's something's who knows what's going to go on there.
Yeah, exactly.
They really could have used another offensive weapon, and well, I guess they've got a bunch of tight ends they like too. It's just super interesting the Rams decided to do what they did.
Yeah, I think it is too.
I'm not a fan.
I think it is foolish as well. I mean, you've got a guy that you've won with that is at the end of the rope. I know that you want to do the, get the next guy ready to go thing, but it just didn't feel like the year to do that with the prospects that were available. Like, is Simpson that great of a guy that you had to reach where you reached for him and pass up on the opportunity that you had? It doesn't make sense to me.
I wonder if it was a 2-year plan, because don't forget, this pick the Rams used belonged to Atlanta.
Right.
The Rams had 2 first-round picks this year, and did they do that? You know, the Falcons call in and make the offer for James Pierce, and they think, like, all right, we'll get two firsts next year. And then they realize we're not going to need 2 firsts to draft a quarterback. Ty Simpson will be there if we need it. So they trade their second first for Trent McDuffie from the Chiefs, and then they have a first, and all right, we're going to use it on the quarterback, which might have been the 2-year plan to begin with. I mean, I don't know if they're forecasting that there would have been a quarterback worthy of trading 2 firsts to go get. But the other part of this to me is, like, I always thought the Rams would be a team. They went out and they got Stafford because Goff wasn't good enough. That they draft a guy is, I think it is immediately a vote of confidence for how good that guy might be. But I've been telling you, like, predicting, won't they just go trade 3 first-round picks for Dak or something?
Right.
I thought McVay would just look at the next guy in the league that's good and say, let's give up all our picks and go get that quarterback and win, because that's what they do with Stafford. But we'll see. Quickly before the break, Jimmy in Miami. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, guys. I know you were talking about Coleman there. And, if you put Coleman on a team like Minnesota or, Cincinnati, or, somewhere where there are 2 boundary players that can get open, and you stick him in the slot, I think he thrives in that position. And that's what I'm thinking with Skylar Bell and DJ Moore now, if they put Coleman in the slot, I know we have Shakir, and Shakir is going to play there most of the time, but I mean, I think he can really thrive in that position. You know, he's a bit of a meathead, and I think they're trying to, get him to step up. And he's a bit of a polarizing figure too with the fans. But I think they view him as a really upgrade of Gabe Davis. He can block, and he can not get separation, but he can contest for a ball at times. And he's made some splash plays. So I think they see that talent in him, his athleticism, and I know they really want him to step up. And I think this year they're going to. I think Brady will try to feed him the ball a little bit more, and if he gets him in the slot, I think he will do well. But that's all I'm saying. I think in any other team that has a great receiving core, I think Coleman does great.
Yeah, maybe, Jimmy. I don't have any doubt that they're going to continue to try to make it work. I hope that they don't force it to try to work. It might just, I think the case I was making was that it might work a little more organically with lower expectations, lower snap counts, lower target numbers. Just he's more of a role player. And, the idea that you would put him in the slot, that's something that's been said quite a bit, like he could be a big slot. But they've got a lot of bodies in there as it is. And Skylar Bell will work in the slot as well. So we'll see, in addition to being on the outside.
Wasn't forcing him the ball language used in an interview already last season?
Yes, Joe Brady said it was the
Yeah.
Miami game. I gotta make sure I'm giving him the ball, giving him more opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
And then he caught a touchdown in that game and got benched after it.
Yeah.
Weird. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. The Twitter poll about Keon Coleman versus Skylar Bell. Alex Tuck at 8 o'clock this morning. We'll chat with Tuck about tonight's Game 5, which is a big one. Big one. When we get back, a quick note on a league changing its draft policy foolishly, as tends to be the case in this scenario. Tell you that next. Paul, the updates from practice. Norris, Zucker, Kozak, all likely to be available. Is that how Lindy put it?
I think, yeah, and
Jeremy
we,
White
we
here
were
for
pretty much anticipating
Z-Bar.
that because after the game, Ruff said that Zucker and Kozak were available to come back, and he basically said, you know what, it's 6-0. There's no point. Let's just not bring them back right now. We don't need to. And so I thought to myself, okay, they should be fine. And I saw actually Zucker in their video, how they put the pucks on a board, trying to get 16 pucks on a board, and he was the one that put the one on for that win. So you knew he was around in the post game and looked fine. So, with Norris, it now becomes a question: does he have to wait his turn?
Yeah.
Throughout the season, Zucker had to wait his turn. He happened to come off injury during the 10-game winning streak, and they weren't disturbing that, so he had to wait. Ostlund had to wait just recently now until Norris got hurt, and that got him into the lineup. I just look at what's in the lineup and what they did in Boston, and I just can't get to where I would dress him for this game.
I mentioned to the guys in here, like, the Sabres found another gear to their game in games 3 and 4. And how much of that would you say is Ostlund being on that line? Like, plugged back in, he played really well in game 3. And in game 4, that line was kind of really dynamic again. Nothing against Norris, but it did not look great in the first 2 games. And Ostlund goes in, and they find their secondary scoring that I feel like they were looking for in games 1 and 2.
Well, with Norris getting hurt, it makes me wonder, was he hurt the whole series? Has he been hurt the whole series? And when Ostlund goes into the lineup, yes, it was an improvement for the line. And so, again, if I'm Lindy Ruff, I just don't think I would change it right now. There really is no need to. And it gives him more chance to get better, too. Is he 100%, or is he just good enough that he can play? If he can play, we don't know if he can or not, but so it just gives you more time with it if you need it.
I thought about asking this question on whatever today here. It's a Sabres game day, but for the Bills in their draft, as the person who, sat in this chair and yelled about receiver as much as anybody, I feel like the battle is over, the war is over, without having to fully say, like, maybe you didn't love the DJ Moore value or you would have taken a different receiver. Like, there's a lot of ways to get to where they got. But for those of you that have been on that wide receiver train, are you satisfied? I am adequately, satisfied. If you go 2 years to last year to this year, what they'd done at the position, we kind of went from an everybody eats MVS, Mac Hollins, Keon Coleman rookie season group to this group, which, say what you will about Coleman and what he might bring to the table, but DJ Moore is much more established. Josh Palmer is kind of like the forgotten guy they're hoping to bring back. Like, if Palmer slots in as a third option, that's probably where he should slot in. They have the young guy that they're kind of growing from the ground up. Like, I feel like what I have now is not one of, maybe not the best room in the league, maybe not top 5, but adequate and not quite obviously lacking. I think it's definitely adequate. And the draft pick makes a lot of sense because that gives you some potential boom on a young player coming in and making a difference. So the NBA is looking at anti-tanking proposals, presenting 3 to the Board of Governors. I'll save you all 3, but the draft lottery in one would expand from 14 teams to 18 teams, including the 7th and 8th seeds in the conference. Another has it expanding to 22 teams. All teams that lose in the first round of the playoffs would also be in the lottery. So, like, the NBA wants to fix their tanking problem. And maybe I'll do a little more of this later. I got only got 30 seconds before we get to break and then to Alex Tuck. But I got a revolutionary concept for the NBA. And for anybody that you hate tanking, that's fine. The best way to stop tanking by a lot of teams is to have fewer teams in the drawing. The NBA's shocked they put all the teams in, and then as soon as the team's not going to make the playoffs, we're not going to win the title. Let's get our best chance to win a drawing. They're going to put 18 teams in the drawing? It's a horrific idea. Tanking's not your problem. Bad teams staying bad is the problem, and they stay bad when they lose drawings. But have at it. 22 teams in one of these proposals? Absolutely nuts. All right, Alex Tuck, when we return ahead of tonight's Game 5, Sabres and Bruins will be 7:30 puck drop here on WGR. Are we going to get a franchise moment tonight? Like, that's what I think of.
It
the
feels
Pominville
like it.
goal or Mayday or Dave Hannon. You know, like, you get moments that you'll never forget. And this series has not yet gone to overtime. I was going through all the scores of every other series, and I think Pittsburgh-Philly might be the only series that also has no overtime games.
Looks like it, because Colorado-LA went to overtime once, which would surprise some people.
And Vegas went to overtime last night and beat Utah 5-4 in a absolutely wild game.
Edmonton and whoever they're playing.
Anaheim.
I'm blanking on it.
Game 4 was overtime there.
Crazy situation at the end of that
Montreal,
game.
Tampa's like only overtime games. Even Ottawa, Carolina went to overtime in a game.
Mm-hmm.
Colorado as well. So I think it's only Buffalo, Boston, and Pittsburgh, Philly that have no overtime games. And, man, there are, if you think about moments where you have a chance to win a series and you're in overtime, I mean, the Sabres had that in Game 6 against Philadelphia in 2012 or 11, whichever it is. And that's, the Leno game is you're on the ice with a chance to win the series. And I think about those moments. It's Pominville, of course, how he scores and advances. I think of the series between Calgary and Tampa. When Tampa beats Calgary to win their first cup,
yes,
Calgary is at home in overtime to win the cup.
Mm-hmm.
And they lose in overtime, and then they lose Game 7.
Yeah.
And, who's ready for overtime tonight? It's the first round.
I know.
They have 3 chances to win, but it's all I can think about is, will there be some sort of iconic moment? Will someone's name, some Sabre tonight, go into lore? Forever and ever, now we remember
Maybe.
Logan Stanley.
Right.
Doesn't even matter who it is.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. It could be anybody. Yeah.
Jack Quinn scores an overtime winner.
That's what's so, I think, sort of exciting about these moments is now it's not you could get the Beck Malenstein goals in the regular season, and those are great moments, and we remember those. But imagine one of those happening tonight.
Yeah.
In the third period as a go-ahead goal, where he dances. We will have that imprinted on the back of our eyelids for the rest of our lives if Beck Malenstein dances a guy and roofs one. So it's every single shift, every pass, every hit feels so heightened and so important. And I think that translates even to the players. I think that's why you see the intensity the way it is in the Stanley Cup playoffs. And yeah, it's been a ride, and I think it's only going to get more and more insane.
Yeah.
This could be it. Game 5 between Sabres and Bruins set for tonight at KeyBank Center. The Sabres have a 3-1 series lead and look to close it out. Puck drop at 7:30 right here on WGR. Some notes, though, from yesterday. Lindy Ruff told the media that Tyson Kozak and Jason Zucker are probable for tonight, but Josh Norris is a possibility. For Boston, Nikita Zadorov has been fined $5,000, the maximum allowable fine under the current CBA, for his hit on Rasmus Dahlin. Results from last night. The Penguins, they stay alive and beat the Flyers 3-2, and Vegas tied the series 2-2 with Utah after a 5-4 win. In case you missed anything on the draft, Sal Capaccio has a number of pieces up at our website, WGR550.com. Also on the website and on the Odyssey app, you can find Jeremy White's conversation with Brandon Bean on the draft from yesterday on demand. Around the NFL, Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison had his fifth-year option picked up. The Cowboys signed wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling, formerly of the Steelers, to a one-year, $1.26 million deal. The 49ers agreed to terms with running back Sincere McCormick, and the Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel returned to team facilities yesterday. Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby has checked into a residential treatment program for gambling addiction. Sorsby is under investigation by the NCAA after it was discovered that he made thousands of bets on gambling apps. Join Brian Koziel from 2 to 5 on May 2nd at Batavia Downs as he broadcasts live for the Kentucky Derby. Check out the Derby parties and specials at BataviaDownsGaming.com. Batavia Downs Gaming and Hotel, the area's premier entertainment destination. That's your Paddock Chevrolet sports update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Kelly for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Tage Thompson's got the puck and time. Sends it in front, scores! Alex Tuck gets in on it as Tage Thompson, with the patience at the side of the net, sends a beautiful touch pass to Alex Tuck. And it is an unconverted touchdown in Boston for the Sabres with 13:28 to go in the third.
Sabres Bruins tonight. It'll be game 5 at KeyBank Center. They're up 3-1. Get a handshake line hopefully tonight. If you're going to the game, good for you. If you're going downtown to the Canal Side party or any other watch party out there, the forecast, the weather for tonight looks like it'll be pretty good. Looking at about 50s. It's going to rain during the morning hours today. By the time we get to game time, 61 degrees, partly cloudy, 58, and mid-50s throughout the evening once the sun sets. So not a bad scene to be down there, that kind of weather, outside for a watch party or wherever you might be watching tonight's game. What do you think about tonight's game? How are you feeling? Feeling good? Unstoppable force? As Boston looks to, play for a little bit of pride here. Of course, they could still extend the series and they could still win the series. But when was the last time the Sabres blew a 3-1 lead? I don't know this. I actually don't know this answer. For anyone out there in their franchise history, I should have looked this up before asking this question just to the world. But for the old-timers out there, it hasn't happened since I've been around watching this team, which is the last, 25, 30 years. Is Pittsburgh? Someone out there is going to shout it out. You can call if you want. But a 3-1 series lead, I'm not even putting it out into the universe. They could blow this lead. Tonight they're home for Boston. On to the next round. What an atmosphere it'll be. Who bangs the drum? Who scores the goals? And do we get – I heard Bulldog ask Sal this question yesterday. What do you prefer, the nail-biter or the 6-0 easy win? And, there are benefits to both. If this game goes to overtime, of course, they could lose, or we could get the next Pominville and Ottawa goal, right? The next moment, the next call, the next thing that we watch in 10 years to get goosebumps of what it was like during this run. I woke up thinking about that. I woke up thinking, whose name gets etched in Sabres history if, in fact, it goes that way? So, be exciting. Very exciting. Counting down the hours. We're less than 12 hours away now. 7:30 puck drop, and or maybe a little bit after 7:30 puck drop. Ron in Alden joins us. Never happened, Ron?
Good morning. It never happened. I've been having this hockey game since 1980. No, it never happened, and it was mentioned the other day on the radio too. Because I was thinking that's radio TV, and I was thinking, I don't think we ever have.
Yeah.
No, we never have. So, You know,
All right,
I
good.
don't think we've ever blown a 2-0 lead either, though. It seems like we've been up in a series. I don't recall ever losing one, but, you know, that I don't know for sure. Tonight, I just think Buffalo's just too good. I know we're used to the old type of Bruins that, like, well, they're always tough for us. I just don't think that I just think we're just too good. I think we're just better. We got to their goalie, and I think we're going to score. Ready, write it down. 2 power play goals tonight.
All right.
During the power play time.
Very good.
That'll count. But, yeah, I see Buffalo big tonight, guys. Have a great day.
Thanks, Ron. Excited for it tonight at KeyBank Center. And joining us on the Western Hotline, Sabres forward Alex Tuck. Alex, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
What's the vibe right now? Counting down the hours or just kind of, getting through the day in the early parts, not quite getting to counting down the hours yet?
Well, it's my son's first birthday today, so spent a little bit of time with him. It was nice to kind of sometimes get away from hockey.
Yeah.
And, get ready for the game tonight once it gets a little closer.
All right. Well, happy birthday to your son. First birthday. That's good. I was showing the guys here in the break that yesterday my son's 5, and he headbutted me in the face, and I have a black eye today because it'll happen from time to time. Alex, I think a lot of Sabres fans think about you specifically with, like, this team being back in the playoffs. The team trades for you, and the idea is, like, getting back to these kind of moments and these kind of days. And I wonder, you're in it, but do you take time to appreciate, like, what this week has really been and what is happening?
A little bit of both. I think it is special. I'm trying to soak it in. I think from just thinking back on my previous playoff experiences, sometimes I just kind of haven't really focused in on the little details, but I do remember little things and the excitement and everything. But it's to be able to do it in front of the Sabres home crowd and especially that first game was just it was a dream come true. It was incredible. They brought the emotion and the energy, and I thought we backed it up and got a nice win, and it was great. It was awesome. It was a full circle moment for me, and I'm just trying to soak it in and trying to just the little things about being with the guys, about like we kind of had like a 5 or 6 day road trip. There's only 2 games, but we got to spend a lot of time with each other in the hotel and team dinners, and then got a couple big wins. And so you really appreciate the little things like that.
I saw Bo Byram saying it was like this is some of the most fun he's had playing hockey. I'd imagine like a lot of guys have that experience, but like in this moment, you've been through playoff battles before, and there's the old saying that winning the fourth one is the hardest one. How true have you found that to be, and is that like a message that is going through the room today?
Yeah, no, it's very true. I don't think we're going to focus on it too much. I don't think you want to be like, okay, if we don't win this one, it's even harder next time and harder next time. I think you just come in and you just want to go out there and you want to focus on the first 5 to 10 minutes. I thought that's what we did in Game 4. I thought we did a really good job of that coming in, and we knew that they were going to be pissed off. We knew that they were going to come in with some jump and some push in that fourth game, and at home they didn't want to lose both, and we had to come out and play our A game, and I thought we did just that. So I think coming back on home ice, I think you never want the moments to get too big, and you just got to focus on yourself, focus on that first shift, and go from there.
How much of that game was about scoring the first goal, which was the first time in the series you guys had been able to do that?
Yeah, that was a focus point of ours. Trying to get that first one, trying to get the momentum early on. They're a tough team to play against with the lead. They play in that 1-4 trap, and it's given teams fits over the entire course of the year, especially at home. They've been one of the best home teams. So getting that first goal and getting the momentum, I think, on the road really, really helped.
Alex Tuck joining us on the Western Hotline. Alex, one player that we're kind of watching jump in, his first playoff experience, Noah Ostlund jumps in games 3 and 4, and that line starts to really hum. He played a really great game 3 and game 4 strong as well. For such a young player, I was surprised. Like, you've got a lot of young guys that the playoffs, to me, don't look like they're too big of a moment for.
Yeah, I mean, that was very impressive for him to just jump in after a couple games and have a goal and assist and ice the game like that and just play lights out, honestly. His composure, his hockey IQ, I thought really showed in that game, and just like you said, it didn't get too big of the moment. They're just playing hockey out there and having fun, and that's kind of that's kind of what you need your young guys to do, is not really truly understand what's at stake, so they can just go out and play and they don't feel as much pressure. So just go out there, have fun, and play hockey like they've done their entire lives.
You were the first I heard mention the cup when talking about like the goals for this team, and of course, like a team that's good is going to be shooting for the puck, shooting for the cup, and trying to win the whole thing. It's, you're staying in the moment, staying game to game. But when you said that back in the regular season, like, had that been something you just said in the moment? Were you thinking about? Were you thinking about like the gravity it might carry because, for this team to kind of do what it's done, the fast rise, the division, and here the playoffs, like it landed with me. Like I've said a lot that when you said that day in the locker room after whichever win it was, I felt like it was okay for all the fans to talk about it because you said it.
I mean, I think going into training camp each and every year, you have one goal in mind, and that for every single team, all 32 teams have one goal in mind, and that's to win the Stanley Cup. And it was probably more of a heat of the moment thing that I went off and I said that. But I just wanted to speak on how much faith I have in everybody in that locker room, and how much faith I have in this team, and really just probably shouldn't have said it in the media, but I guess it was more just me vocalizing like, hey, like, we could do something special here, and we just got to keep pushing for it. And I still have a lot of faith in my team, and I think we can get it done. I think we just, like I said, we're just focusing on this next game here tonight, and we're going to keep pushing, and you never know what will happen.
Yeah. I mean, you said it, and like you said, you should have said it in the media. I don't know. To me, it allowed people to kind of have like a why not this team kind of mindset about it.
Yeah, I mean, it was you don't set out your goal. Like I said, you set out your goal to win the Stanley Cup at the beginning of the season. You don't say, it'd be great to just make it to the playoffs and lose in round one. Like, no one wants to do that. So, yeah, I mean, we're going to try to win a Stanley Cup. We're going to take it game by game. We're focused on trying to beat Boston tonight. And if we can't beat them tonight, we're going to try to beat them game 6. And we're going to, whoever we face next, we're going to try to just take that game-by-game approach and keep going.
Alex Tuck on the Worcester Hotline. In Game 1, Alex, you scored that empty netter, and I'd imagine maybe you have seen the picture, maybe you haven't. People pointed out that the camera shot looking directly at you is a pretty big smile on your face before you put the puck in.
Yeah, I think there was a smile. I think my mouth guard made it seem a little bit bigger, but I was definitely smiling coming in. I was pretty pumped up because I had a feeling that was going to ice the game there, and it just landed perfectly for me. So it was nice to just skate it into the net, pretty much.
You say skate it into the net. I thought in that moment like you took one extra stride, like extra making sure this one's buried right in the middle.
Yeah, no, I wasn't missing that. I'd rather go head first in the net with that puck than miss it at all.
Expecting a big pushback tonight. A lot of the Boston chatter is they're not happy how Game 4 went, and that they're going to be out to prove that was an anomaly.
Yeah, no, I think there's definitely going to be some pushback. There's some unhappy people in the locker room, and you never want to get beat on home ice. And I definitely didn't have their A game last game. I think they're going to bring it tonight, and we're just going to have to bring ours again, I think, and just, come in and we just got to outwork them and outcompete them, and that's about it. We can't focus too much on what they're doing. We're just going to focus on us.
Alex Tuck on the Worcester Hotline. One thing Zach Benson said after Game 2 was like, in a series like this, and you would know this, of course, your playoff experience, that the games as they go along, whether it's bad blood kicking up a little bit or you hate the other team a little bit more. Like in this series, we've seen, physical play. We've seen a couple cheap shots. We saw Zadorov on Dahlin. He gets fined. I wonder, has it been building, you think, throughout this series?
Yeah, I mean, it's always gonna continue to build, and it'll sometimes it boils over, sometimes it simmers, and it's just, you know what, it's playoff hockey. It's you got to be aware of it. You got to be ready for anything. Obviously, I think he was trying to send a message. I don't know about intent to injure or anything like that. You never know. I have no idea what but you just got to be ready for anything. You got to be ready for the physicality of playoffs. You got to be ready to push back and be physical yourself. And you just got to be ready for it all.
Well, tonight, chance to move on at home in front of KeyBank Center's faithful. Alex, best of luck tonight, and we'll talk down the road.
Thank you.
Alex Tuck on the Western Hotline. Sabres and Bruins tonight after 7:30. Game 5 on the way with a chance to close things out. I felt, it's funny, he says, like, he said that heat of the moment. I really, like, that to me was a moment this year when he said, we're here to win the Stanley Cup. A player can, and I respect what he's saying. For a player to say every player goes into training camp thinking that, like, yeah. I had the thought, speaking of, like, expectations and where we are, I had the thought about if you go back 2 years ago, 3 years ago, whatever, we're in the heat of the drought, and I told you the Sabres will make the playoffs, lose in 5 games, and along the way get obliterated 6-1 at home, like Boston did. We'd say, like, that's not that bad.
No.
They get to end the drought, win a playoff game. Like, our standard was such that anything, water to a person dying of thirst in the desert, would have taken anything. I'd love to go to a 6-1 loss at home on a Sunday afternoon. At least I'd have fun in the pregame.
Absolutely. I think that speaks to the difference in sort of
happy to be there versus what this team actually is.
Right.
It's shown to be good enough to be more than for us than just to, like, happy to be there.
Yeah, and I also think fans are maybe at times more, I don't want to say honest with themselves, but they might understand, or they just don't have the tendency to. Every team in the league at the beginning of the year, as Tuck just mentioned, sets their sights as, like, we're going to win the Stanley Cup. But obviously there are 15 teams that know the moment they say that at training camp, like, yeah, we're going to try and do that, but we're not going to go win the cup. Deep down, you kind of accept that or know that or whatever, even if it takes you a while to sort of realize it. I think what Tuck did there was express to the fan base, we think it, and we still think it, and now we're in it. And the year is here, and we've shown you why we think it, and now you've got evidence, and now I'm telling you, you can think it too. I think that was why that moment was so great. And yeah, I respect why he's, we probably shouldn't say that in the media. It's hockey PR training. That's the way it goes. But I think it was a great thing he did. And I think probably knows that.
Yeah.
And so that I think the fan base reacted to it the way I think they should have, and the way that you would want them to. Like, all right, our guy said it's time. Let's start thinking about it. And I think that was an awesome thing and really a gift to the Sabres fans. Like, it's not like you need permission from anybody to do anything, but him saying it gave the fans permission to go, I believe that this can really happen.
Yep. Or at least, like he said, like, anybody might say it, but I went back to find out what game that was.
L.A., right?
Yeah, they beat the Kings. January 29th, they beat the Kings, and we're trying to prove as a team we're legit. We're not just going to go for the playoffs. We're going to go for the cup. That's the end goal, honestly. We're not in here to just squeak in, and they did not squeak in.
No.
They won the division, and here they are, up 3-1 in the first round, ready to put Boston on ice. Like, it's kind of amazing it's all happened so quickly for this team, and it's all just come together. What a scene tonight will be at KeyBank Center, especially if they can get the job done. 803-0550. Nate in Boston. Hey, Nate, good morning.
Hey, Jeremy, good morning. Happy game day.
Happy game day.
So I was just calling, I had told Joe this. Sabres fan, been living in Massachusetts for 10 years now, and finally something to be excited about. But I was listening so I tuned into the 2 o'clock sports radio major broadcast out here, and I was just waiting to hear them talk about the embarrassment that Boston put on. And it took into the second segment of the second hour for them to even mention it because of Cora getting fired and Vrabel not showing up to day 3 of the draft. And then the Celtics beating the Sixers. And I'm just excited that we could win it. If we could win it tonight, it's going to be the first thing they have to talk about tomorrow on the radio. So I'm really hoping they win it.
Yeah. Thanks, Nate. Boston radio. They've got a lot going on. Rob, of course, taking his shot at the teams on the broadcast, and that football coach got something going on. On the Vrabel story, I can't remember. Maybe you guys can. The last time the NFL had a flat-out tabloid story like this.
Mm-hmm.
I've got people taking pictures of Mike Vrabel in a Utah airport holding up a shirt.
Right.
Yeah.
Mike Vrabel spotted in Salt Lake.
Gift shopping.
Yeah. I mean,
what?
It's one thing, whatever, saying nothing of all that's happened. The newsworthiness of it, it's mostly newsworthy because of the nature of both people involved
Right.
and all those implications. If a coach just had done what he has, maybe done here, with someone we'd never heard of, we would not be getting tabloid coverage of it.
No.
Nobody
And
cares. Yeah.
TMZ would not be covering
Right,
it.
right.
It's front to back.
You want to talk about, of all the distractions in finger quotes, and there's some speculation in Boston, could he lose his job? I don't know when it goes away, how long it lasts.
Mm-hmm.
It has happened in the worst time of year in football, where right now there are no games. Especially the draft is over. I guess it could have happened a little later. This goes back to Rex Ryan famously saying we won the offseason. Right. When he said we won the offseason, all he meant was we didn't do anything stupid the last 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's it. You do something now as an NFL player that's in the news for 3 months, and there's nothing to distract from it. What's the next day on the NFL calendar? Is it the schedule? We're 2 weeks away from the schedule coming out.
Yeah.
So
OTAs.
What are they talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's the consensus big board draft debate heated up in the last 24, 48 hours because the draft was kind of boring. There wasn't not that much in the draft. Ty Simpson's the most controversial pick. And, without even lobbing an opinion about Vrabel, it is absolute tabloid madness.
Yeah. It's crazy. How rare is it to see a story like this?
I can't think of the last one.
Dominate.
Is the last one Tony Romo went to Cabo on the Cowboys bye week?
Sure, there was the Sanchez thing in Indianapolis, but that was 2 days of stuff.
That was
this
at the combine.
2 weeks. It's been 2 weeks of nonstop.
And Sanchez isn't. I mean, whatever. That's obviously it was a big story, and he'll go to trial. But that wasn't salacious. Which this is a little crumb, and then a little another crumb, and then wait a minute, now we've got more, and and it's
we got
rough.
more with a Spotify playlist yesterday.
Right.
I know. This story
turning the page.
People are doing work.
Oh yeah.
They're digging it up.
Tell the Spotify story.
Okay.
Not everybody knows that.
All right. So Diana Rossini, you can share playlists with specific people on Spotify, I guess. That's something you can do. So there's a playlist shared between Diana Rossini and just Mike, which is just a generic profile picture, whatever. So there's no specificity on who it is. But Diana Rossini and Mike, and it's turning the page. The coincides, though, it was made on December 19th of 2022. That coincides with a 4-game Titans losing streak. So
I mean,
it could be a stretch, could be a reach, but
that is high school level.
Right.
I'm crushing on you. Let me make you a playlist.
But we're going deep on was that really
right?
That, and then there's another part here where Eagles fans are crashing out, convinced that Diana Rossini tanked A.J. Brown's trade value.
Right.
All right, relax. Well, I said, it's who knows?
It's off the rails.
The playlist did get deleted, by the way. No longer exists. So
that's too bad. I was going to listen to that playlist today.
There's a lot of good stuff on there.
Speaking of PR stunts, you see our buddy Andrew Filipponi quit his job?
Yes, I did see that yesterday.
An hour later, I saw I'm back.
He quit his job and got rehired. He said if the Steelers drafted Drew Allard out of Penn State, he would quit his job. So he quit and posted a like a goodbye Pittsburgh, and then
Yeah.
an hour later he's just like, I'm back.
Hilarious.
Honestly, look what the Steelers do to people.
I know.
The Steelers. Who said it? Did you say it about the Steelers or the Jets, or somebody said it to me in the last 48 hours? It might have been somebody at our draft party.
Yeah.
That the Steelers are the Jets, but they have history.
That's pretty
And
good.
it's awesome. It's not that bad.
It's not.
It's not that bad. Meanwhile, Mike Tomlin's going to be in the media. He's on Football Night in America.
Yeah.
And saw his first.
He said something about like, well, why'd you leave? TJ and Hightower or whatever. They deserve the excitement of a new coach.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Did they have to bump someone off that to get Tomlin in there?
Chris Sims.
Oh, okay.
Chris Sims is out at Football Night in America.
Good.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that.
803-0550. All right, Skylar Bell. When we return, Jody Ambrosio of UConn Athletics. He covers the UConn Huskies, and we'll get to him next at him at 7:30. We bumped him, though, to 8:30, so you want to hear a little bit more about Skylar Bell, his skill set, what he can do, and, of course, continue talking Sabres with us. We've got time for you. 803-0550. Our thanks to Alex Tuck. Sabres and Bruins tonight here on WGR. Paul, the updates from practice. Norris, Zucker, Kozak, all likely to be available. Is that how Lindy put it?
I think, yeah, and we were pretty much anticipating that because after the game, Ruff said that Zucker and Kozak were available to come back. And he basically said, you know what, it's 6-0, there's no point. Let's just not bring them back right now. We don't need to. And so I thought to myself, okay, they should be fine. And I saw actually Zucker in their video, how they put the pucks on a board, trying to get 16 pucks on a board, and he was the one that put the one on for that win. So you knew he was around in the post game and looked fine. So, with Norris, it now becomes a question: does he have to wait his turn?
Yeah.
Throughout the season, Zucker had to wait his turn. He happened to come off injury during the 10-game winning streak, and they weren't disturbing that, so he had to wait. Ostlund had to wait just recently, now, until Norris got hurt, and that got him into the lineup. I just look at what's in the lineup and what they did in Boston, and I just can't get to where I would dress him for this game.
I mentioned to the guys in here, like, the Sabres found another gear to their game in games 3 and 4. And how much of that would you say is Ostlund being on that line? Like, plugged back in, he played really well in game 3, and in game 4 that line was kind of really dynamic again. Nothing against Norris, but it did not look great in the first 2 games, and Ostlund goes in and they find their secondary scoring that I feel like they were looking for in games 1 and 2.
Well, with Norris getting hurt, it makes me wonder, was he hurt the whole series? Has he been hurt the whole series? And when Ostlund goes into the lineup, yes, it was an improvement for the line. And so, again, if I'm Lindy Ruff, I just don't think I would change it right now. There really is no need to. And it gives him more chance to get better, too. Is he 100%, or is he just good enough that he can play? If he can play, we don't know if he can or not, but so it just gives you more time with it if you need it.
This could be it. Game 5 between the Sabres and Bruins set for tonight at KeyBank Center. The Sabres have a 3-1 series lead. They look to close it out. Puck drop is at 7:30 right here on WGR. Some notes, though, from yesterday. Lindy Ruff told the media that Tyson Kozak and Jason Zucker are probable for tonight. Josh Norris is a possibility. For Boston, Nikita Zadorov has been fined $5,000, the maximum allowable fine under the current CBA for his hit on Rasmus Dahlin. Some results from last night in the playoffs. The Penguins, they stay alive. They beat the Flyers 3-2. In the Vegas, they tied the series 2-2 with Utah after a 5-4 win. In case you missed any of the draft, Sal Capaccio has a number of pieces up at our website, WGR550.com. Also on the website and on the Odyssey app, you can find Jeremy White's conversation with Brandon Bean on the draft from yesterday on demand. Looking around the NFL, Vikings wide receiver Jordan Addison had his fifth-year option picked up. Cowboys, they've signed wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling, formerly of the Steelers, to a one-year, $1.26 million deal. The 49ers, they've agreed to terms with running back Sincere McCormick. And the Patriots, head coach Mike Vrabel, returned to the team facilities yesterday. Texas Tech quarterback Brendan Sorsby has been checked into a residential treatment program for gambling addiction. Sorsby is under investigation by the NCAA after it was discovered that he made thousands of bets on gambling apps. Join us in the fight against cancer by riding with the WGR Ride for Roswell team on Saturday, June 27th. When you sign up, you'll get a rider gift from WGR and Tom's Pro Bike on Walden Avenue in Lancaster. Plus, at the event, stop by our table and scan the QR code for a chance to win a $1,000 gift card to Tom's Pro Bike. Visit WGR550.com for all the details. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR.
Yes, sir. I think my versatility provides a lot of different things that you could do with me. Inside, outside, deep ball, intermediate, short routes. So I think, you have a lot of guys like that. Like you mentioned, the guys that are already there. I think it, gives us another element.
That's new Bills wide receiver Skylar Bell. Going to spend a few minutes here chatting about the Bills' newest wide receiver. Sabres game night tonight. We'll get back to your calls on the Sabres in a moment. Sabres and Bruins game 5 on the way at KeyBank Center. But joining us on the Western Hotline is Joe D'Ambrosio, play-by-play for UConn and men's hoops and football as well. And we're going to talk to him about Skylar Bell. Joe, thanks for taking some time today.
Hey, Jeremy, how are you? I just want to clear one thing up. Was football and basketball play-by-play for 26 years, but now still follow him closely for a couple of podcasts.
Okay,
on here.
Very well, very well. So Skylar Bell, you follow him closely. What do the Bills have in this receiver?
I think they got a steal in the 4th round, Jeremy. I think he's a kid who really improved in the time that he was at UConn. He came, as you know, he came from Wisconsin. He was really maybe their first big Power 4 transfer portal catch, and he lived up to everything. He got better as he was here. He's a really good route runner. His yards after catch have been great. He's gotten better at getting off defensive backs. He's still got a little work to do in that area, I think, to be effective in the NFL. He hasn't had to go over the middle a lot for catches, but when he did, he was able to. And he seemed to be a really, really good kid. Now, he left a lot of people here a little bit annoyed when he played one series of their Fenway Bowl game against Army and then sat out just so he could collect the money that he was promised for playing in the game. But other than that, he had a terrific 2 years at UConn.
So that was like a pull himself out because protecting for the draft kind of scenario?
Yeah, exactly. Well, the quarterback, Joe Fagnano, didn't play and then didn't get drafted.
Right.
And that has chapped people a lot more around here than what Skylar did. But no, I think he's going to be a great pro, and I think going into that system and playing with Josh Allen, I think that's a great fit.
Joe, I'd seen some story, maybe you can shed light on this. He had the 1 year at UConn after transferring from Wisconsin, and then was there talk he was going to move again but decided to stay at UConn?
Yes, there was, Jeremy, exactly. They were worried that a Power 4 school was going to poach him, but I would guess, and I can't substantiate this with facts, but they paid him more money that they had allotted to the football program than anybody else.
Yeah.
To keep him in.
The production this year for Skylar Bell was off the charts, like 100 catches, 1,278 yards, 13 touchdowns. Another thing that we've read since learning about him and the Bills drafting him is that the UConn offense basically ran for him, through him. He was the offense.
Yeah, they had a really good running back, but they the system that the offensive coordinator Gordon Samus put in was designed to take advantage of Bell's skills, and the fact that they could run the ball helped keep teams off. Now you got to remember too here, Jeremy, that the schedule was not they weren't playing the AFC East. The schedule was not the greatest, but yet other teams would always play their number one corner against Bell, and he managed to get free and make a lot of yardage and eventually maybe make a lot of money.
Joe D'Ambrosio joining us on the Western Hotline on Skylar Bell of UConn, who the Bills drafted in the 4th round. There's one comparison out there. Do you have a comp, like the way that he plays?
I don't. I'm not. I got to admit, I'm not great at that.
Yeah.
So I don't. But I would think if you take somebody who's a thin, athletic receiver who can go up and get the ball and who could make yardage after the catch. I think that would be the best. What have you heard? What have you seen people say?
It's funny.
About comps
There's
there?
a couple. The one I was going to get to was Dave Hellman of the Athletic Football Show said it was reckless, but he was going to do it anyway. He said Jamar Chase light. Just the idea that he's a freak athlete, he's explosive, powerful, strong. He said he's not a top 10 pick. He's not Jamar Chase. But the idea was like, the things that Chase maybe does well, he sees similarities in the style of receiver that he is.
Yeah, I think you know what, Jeremy. I think the putting the light on the end of Jamar Chase. Yeah, he's not Jamar Chase. Let's not get carried away here. But he has some of his attributes. That's for sure.
All right. In terms of maturity, he's 24 years old already, so he's coming in a little bit older. One thing that's been pointed out to me, like in the Bills receiver room, he'll be older than Keon Coleman, who is on the Bills, of course, going into his 3rd year at age 22, and Skylar Bell's 24. So in terms of the type of guy they have here, you mentioned the stuff about the NIL, but team leader, what kind of presence did he have for UConn?
He had a good presence, and I think it's because of the age thing, and also because he's got a real good work ethic. When one of your best players is one of your hardest workers, that helps everybody else fall in line behind him. So I think he'll step right in, and I think he'll know his place. He's a rookie, but I think once he finds his footing there, I think he'll step up, and you'll see him be a pretty good leader.
Joe D'Ambrosio on the Western Hotline on Skylar Bell. Joe, thanks for the few minutes this morning, and best of luck.
You just hope he works out as well as the other guy we sent you from UConn, Tage Thompson.
That's right. Oh, all right, Tage Thompson. Did you see that coming? How about that? Like Tage Thompson, like he goes to the St. Louis Blues and comes here, and of all the turnarounds in player arcs, Tage is one of the ones at the top of the list for us.
Yeah, I mean he was really good at UConn, but he wasn't even the number one pro prospect on the team during his era. There was a kid named Max Latunov, who didn't pan out and went back to the Soviet Union or Russia. But Thompson, Thompson got better from year to year here. And as a Rangers fan, I hope he gets like 6 goals tonight.
All right. Yeah, knock the Bruins out. You're rooting for the Sabres then?
I am rooting for the Sabres. Always liked the Sabres as a secondary team. Loved Rick Jenrette. Listen to his calls. And, we always, down in Connecticut, we don't get many athletes in the pros like that. So we always like to see the local kids do well, and Thompson certainly has lit it up with your hockey team. So
yeah, thanks, Joe.
Jeremy, great talking to you. Thank you.
Joe D'Ambrosio, former play-by-play of the UConn Huskies, and still following the Huskies closely there. 26 years play-by-play for Joe. Tage Thompson, the UConn connection. I guess that has to soften. I have to soften how much I hate UConn. I mean, as a Syracuse guy, I hate UConn, but between Tage and Skylar Bell now, I'll allow it. It's fine. They win all the basketball championships, or close to all of them.
There's a Nichols hockey player at UConn right now, Joey Muldowney. He's a San Jose draft pick too.
Yeah.
So
you ever been to UConn?
I did not ever go on a visit over there. I've been to Connecticut a bunch. That was not one of the schools that I got into.
It's a nice campus. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere. It's like very much what's there? UConn. That's
right.
about it. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. On our Twitter poll, we have this up, and as we said, like, it's a Sabres game day. I wanted to sneak a little Twitter poll in about Skylar Bell and Keon Coleman to see what would happen. Who will be a bigger part of the Bills' offense this year, Skylar Bell or Keon Coleman? You can vote at my Twitter poll. And you guys, have you seen the results? You want to guess?
Skylar Bell.
Oh, I'm going to guess Skylar Bell is
a hammer.
trouncing Keon.
Okay, what's the number you're going to guess here?
72 to...
Yeah, 70-30, right around there.
70-30, yep.
Wow, yeah.
70-30 Bell.
Yeah.
Higher expectations from the fans right now. Trending towards like about 1,000 votes here. 803-0550 and 1-888-552-550. Brandon in Tonawanda. Brandon, good morning.
How's it going, guys? First off, thanks for not pulling a Hextall and asking Tuck what it's like to play for the only team he's ever known. Appreciate that. It was a good interview. I was just a couple things. You were talking about where you're going to be watching tonight. So I was mulling around the idea. Unfortunately, I went to the game last Tuesday. Didn't turn out the way I wanted, obviously. The beginning of the game was unbelievable, though. So I had season tickets. My father and I had season tickets from right out of the lockout all the way till about 15 or so, maybe like 2017. We were just sick of getting burned by the organization, so we dumped them. Obviously, this state of misery we've been in, but I remember all those playoff games, and that game last week that atmosphere was electric. Hoping that it ramps up tonight. But we were talking about just going to the the party of the plaza and the watch party, and then my wife leans over and says, "Babe, your daughter's got a dance show that night." I'm like, "Oh my gosh!" So I have to drive all the way out to St. Bonaventure to watch her. She's part of a dance club and watch a little production thing. But the saving grace is, as most of you guys know, the Rathskeller's there. So I'll be able to ditch out as soon as possible and then hang out for the remaining whatever's left of the game at the Skeller, drinking some Rohrbach Scotch ales.
Take them easy on those. Those are big ones. Those are big ones, right?
Yeah. Oh, they're good, man. That's my favorite one.
All right.
I was, just wanted to note, like, the goaltending thing. I mean, obviously we had that three-way rotation all year. Obviously Ellis probably had the smallest chunk of that pie, but I'm a little concerned about UPL. I mean, obviously he played great that first game once we got into like the second or third period. But obviously it was taking them too long to just get warmed up and get comfortable. Lions just been so hot. I mean, I don't know what their numbers were through the season. I don't know if you guys touched on that at all. But I am curious to know, like, where you guys think we might be heading with, UPL getting back in the mix, or is it just the traditional stick with the hot hand and, maintain what we got going on? And then the other talking point, I was just curious about you guys, if you wanted to discuss it, if you haven't already, the age-old debate about, is it better to close out a series as quick as possible and sit in line and wait?
That's yes. The answer to that's just yes. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, Brendan. On the goaltending question, all right. Short version of this, maybe Owen, we can dig into this in the 9 o'clock segment as well. I think you just go with Lyon for now, but I do want to say, I don't think the Sabres goalies have really begun to be tested yet. Like, if you want to go ahead and look, I'm checking at naturalstattrick.com, and I was checking playoff stats. Right now, I'm doing rates, not counts, because not every series has had the same number of games.
Right.
But if I go expected goals against per 60 right now, the Sabres and expected goals against, they've been okay. Their expected goal share, the Sabres have been... They're second in the NHL and second in the playoffs in expected goals share. Goal share. I don't know we've even seen a single game where you needed the goalie to be great. Luukkonen made the 2 breakaway saves in game 1.
Right.
But Boston has not really had that much time in 4 games of sustained, you got to hold on for dear life. There was like 3 minutes in game 4.
Yep.
It did not happen in game 3. It did not really happen in game 1.
No.
They got another series And I feel like we're going to get to this question again because a goalie will have to be great at some point. And I don't know that either of these guys has had to be great yet.
I think that's right. I think that is also a little bit of how the Sabres play. They're so good at breaking pressure because their D skate so well and they kill plays. So that, I think, is a little bit of why have the Sabres goalies have such great results through the regular season. I think because they defend like this and they don't allow that kind of sustained high danger pressure that often. So I'd be curious to see how much it jumps up, but it will certainly, against a Montreal or Tampa, either one of those two teams, there will be more dangerous opportunities generated by those guys. And yeah, the goalies will have to make a save. We'll dig into it more. I'm very curious to see how the whole thing plays out. I think there is a possibility that they do something pretty unorthodox.
You think they would go to somebody?
I think they might.
They might shift back?
I think they might.
Like when the next series starts, it's a reset
of
every other.
I think it might turn into that kind of a thing where it's like we're going to let everybody kind of, as long as you don't cost us, like we're going to let you survive here and see if you can't battle. Because I think it's worked for them all year, and they can't stop talking about how much they like it.
Fun question. According to Money Puck, you know who number one in the NHL playoffs in goals saved above expected per 60 is? It's kind of a trick question. It's Korpisalo. Because he played not a full period, and he saved 1.4 above expected in like that period and change. Anyway, 803-0550 is our phone number. Sabres and Bruins tonight. If you got a call, we'll get to you. Jeremy White. Joe's out. Owen's here. Joe Callie's here. The Anchorman. I'm going to start calling Joe Kelly Anchorman.
Oh, boy.
Between the updates and the hair? Come on. You should be Anchorman Joe Callie. I thought of that nickname yesterday. Maybe we'll roll with it. All right. Sal's in. Maybe Sal pop in. Come hang out next hour. He's in studio walking around. Jeremy and Joe on WGR. Paul, the updates from practice. Norris, Zucker, Kozak, all likely to be available. Is that how Lindy put it?
I think, yeah, and we were pretty much anticipating that because after the game, Ruff said that Zucker and Kozak were available to come back. And he basically said, you know what, it's 6-0, there's no point. Let's just not bring them back right now. We don't need to. And so I thought to myself, okay, they should be fine. And I saw actually Zucker in their video, how they put the pucks on a board, trying to get 16 pucks on a board, and he was the one that put the one on for that win. So you knew he was around in the post game and looked fine. So, with Norris, it now becomes a question: does he have to wait his turn?
Yeah.
Throughout the season, Zucker had to wait his turn. He happened to come off injury during the 10-game winning streak, and they weren't disturbing that, so he had to wait. Ostlund had to wait just recently now until Norris got hurt, and that got him into the lineup. I just look at what's in the lineup and what they did in Boston, and I just can't get to where I would dress him for this game.
Yeah, I mentioned to the guys in here, like the Sabres found another gear to their game in games 3 and 4. And how much of that would you say is Ostlund being on that line? Like plugged back in, he played really well in game 3. And in game 4, that line was kind of really dynamic again. Nothing against Norris, but it did not look great in the first 2 games. And Ostlund goes in and they find their secondary scoring that I feel like they were looking for in games 1 and 2.
Well, with Norris getting hurt, it makes me wonder, was he hurt the whole series? Has he been hurt the whole series? And when Ostlund goes into the lineup, yes, it was an improvement for the line. And so, again, if I'm Lindy Ruff, I just don't think I would change it right now. There really is no need to. And it gives him more chance to get better, too. Is he 100% or is he just good enough that he can play? If he can play, we don't know if he can or not, but so it just gives you more time with it if you need it.
thought about asking this question on whatever today. Here, it's a Sabres game day, but for the Bills in their draft, as the person who sat in this chair and yelled about receiver as much as anybody, I feel like the battle is over, the war is over, without having to fully say like maybe you didn't love the DJ Moore value or you would have taken a different receiver. Like there's a lot of ways to get to where they got. But for those of you that have been on that wide receiver train, are you satisfied? I am adequately, satisfied. If you go 2 years to last year to this year, what they'd done at the position, we kind of went from an everybody eats MVS, Mac Hollins, Keon Coleman rookie season group to this group, which, say what you will about Coleman and what he might bring to the table, but DJ Moore is much more established. Josh Palmer is kind of like the forgotten guy they're hoping to bring back. Like if Palmer slots in as a third option, that's probably where he should slot in. They have the young guy that they're kind of growing from the ground up. Like I feel like what I have now is not one of, maybe not the best room in the league, maybe not top 5, but adequate and not quite obviously lacking. I think it's definitely adequate. And the draft pick makes a lot of sense because that gives you some potential boom on a young player coming in and making a difference. Kentucky Derby horses, look for a connection, who you want to bet on. There's also a crazy story of the horse Further Ado, a trainer of the horse Further Ado. So the story is that he was watching Monday Night Football, and when Young-Hoo Koo whiffed on the field goal, have you seen this story, Owen, Joe Cal? He laughed so hard he had a seizure, and then that revealed a brain tumor, and it saved his life.
What?
Yeah.
Apparently, this guy is also the hi everybody. He's very good friends with Wandale Robinson's dad, and there's like a lot.
So that's why he's watching this game.
Why, yes. Part of the reason why he's watching the game, even though he's just kind of watching football.
Young-Hoo Koo biffs that kick. He laughs to the point.
Yes.
Like, what a story. Anyway, looking at the Derby field, trying to find a Bills or a Sabres connection in the names. We'll get there. Sal's going to hang out for next segment. We'll talk a little draft, talk what Brandon Beane said about Keon Coleman's reset. We'll talk tonight's Sabres game. So we'll be back in a moment. Jeremy and Joe. Joe out, Sal popping in for a minute here on WGR. The other thing I think about tonight, and I'm not one to often buy into this idea that the talking about your team is well, they're not talking about the Sabres. They keep talking about Boston. It's not how the Sabres are good. It's how Boston didn't show up. It's not how the Sabres made them go crazy. It's how Boston is embarrassed. And sure, I think sometimes that is true. And this, right now, this time, I actually think it's legit. I think there's a little bit more about how bad Boston was in Game 4 and maybe not enough how good Buffalo was. And if the Sabres are able to take this down tonight and get the Bruins out in 5 games, could it be like a wake-up call for the rest of the league? People are on alert to a degree, like, oh, yeah, good season. They ended their drought. They won the division. But there's still this general belief that the division belongs to Tampa, even though Tampa's really in a dogfight with Montreal, that the East might even belong to Tampa. And if the Sabres take care of the Bruins in 5 and look as good as they have doing it, maybe people around the hockey world kind of wake up as to, oh, no, the Sabres just ragdolled the Bruins right out of the series, and they're on to the next round.
Yeah, I've seen a lot more of, Boston just didn't show up than I would have liked, and not enough like, oh, wow, look at Buffalo go.
Yeah.
There's not been sort of that, all right, they're proving that they can play now in this time of year, and I think that's exactly what they're doing. They're playing the exact kind of team that I think people thought they wouldn't be able to beat.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're doing, and they're showing, we can dismantle these guys. We can skate right around and play river hockey and win. And I think that is not getting the sort of credit that it deserves. I think you're right. If they go out tonight and just like 4-2 win, just cruise
Take
to
care of business.
Cruise to a 5 or a Game 5 win, and then you're off and waiting for the winner of Tampa Montreal, I think people will be forced to say like, all right, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, Boston we've talked about their lack of depth and everything, but they were a legit team. They were right there in a really tough Eastern Conference. They've got a great goal. They got good players, and Buffalo is, as we sit here now, I think, really handling them. And I think they deserve credit for that.
Yeah.
This could be it. Game 5 between the Sabres and Bruins set for tonight at KeyBank Center. Sabres have a 3-1 series lead, but they look to close it out. Puck drops at 7:30 right here on WGR. Some notes from practice yesterday. Lindy Ruff spoke with the media, said that Tyson Kozak and Jason Zucker are probable for tonight. Josh Norris is a possibility. For Boston, Nikita Zadorov has been fined $5,000, which is the maximum allowable fine under the current CBA for his hit on Rasmus Dahlin. Some results from the playoffs last night. The Penguins stay alive and beat the Flyers 3-2, and Vegas tied the series 2-2 with Utah after a 5-4 win. In case you missed anything on the draft, Sal Capaccio has a number of pieces up at our website, WGR550.com. And also, on demand, you can find Jeremy White's conversation with Brandon Beane on the draft from yesterday. Around the NFL, the Cowboys signed wide receiver Marquez Valdez-Scantling, formerly of the Steelers, to a one-year, $1.26 million deal. The 49ers agreed to terms with running back Sincere McCormick, and the Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel returned to the team facilities yesterday. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet with you for the extra mile since 1935. I'm Joe Cali for Western New York's Voice of the Fan, WGR. Stay classy, San Diego.
It's Jeremy White.
Hey, everybody. Happy game day. Anchorman Joe Cali dropping a San Diego there. Look at that head of hair. When we were at the draft party, Sal, no joke, I got as many comments about, well, that Joe Cali's got a real head of hair on him as almost anything else. The wide receiver train is dead. Long live Joe Cali's Anchorman hair train now.
When I talk to like young people about this business and industry, and people want to get into it, one of the big things I tell them all the time is, look, when I got into radio, it was you did radio. You didn't do radio and TV. You didn't do radio and video. It didn't matter I had no hair or I had to shave my head or whatever. Now you have to have good hair to be in radio like these guys. These young bucks coming up, they all have this great head of hair, okay? That's not me. I mean, we didn't care about that. You wear caps every day.
Every day of my
right?
life.
I mean,
every single day of my life.
You get into radio, you're like, I'm on the radio. Who cares, right? That's not the way of the world anymore in this industry.
If they ever asked me to be on like Channel 7, I'd say like I'm gonna have to wear a hat. Have we gotten there yet? It's okay to have a beard on TV. When it's okay to have a hat on TV, I might have a spot on TV. I don't know. Yeah, it's definitely different. Like everything we do is now streamed. Every reaction.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
If you want to be a writer, now you got to do radio and video. If you wanted to be a TV personality, you're on radio. You're doing podcasts, right?
Yep.
Interviews. So anyway, everything's changed. That's a great. Hey, if you ever want to get into this industry, just know that. Like, you got to be able to do everything now. It seems like
803-0550. Game 5 tonight. Sabres and Bruins. We open up the show. We'll talk a little football in a minute here, Sal. But like, do you have the same thing I do? Like, wake up this morning and wonder, is tonight the night we get another chapter in like the franchise lore? You know, like a Pominville goal. Imagine that happens at home, you know?
Yeah.
Like the Pominville goal in Ottawa. Is someone just going to be a hero tonight and set the city sideways because they get a late winner or whatever it is? So
I'm generally a very, optimistic, positive person, but I guard against it tonight. Like, I'm like, what I don't want is, please just don't go back to Boston. I don't want that feeling. Like, I don't want that feeling. Look what's happening in that, Philly-Pittsburgh series, right? Like, they're suddenly, the pressure now is on the Flyers. Now they're going back home up, but I keep thinking, just take care of this tonight. So I drove Max to school this morning, and I said to him, what would you prefer tonight? Up like 5-1, third period, they're coasting, it's a party, third period, we're all celebrating, we know they're going to shake hands, we're going to the second round, or get to overtime, they ultimately win it, but we are biting our nails and really stressed.
If I know knowing they're going to win is the tough part, but like
that's right.
Overtime's better.
That's what he even said. Oh, overtime! He goes, I want 3 overtimes and a win. I'm like, well, buddy, then we're talking Dave Hannon at 1:50 a.m.
That'd be crazy.
That's 4 overtimes. So yeah, I'd rather have let's just get it over with, because I mean, I don't know. Do I want to say, hey, we've been down this road before in Buffalo sports and we don't want to have our heart broken, but they got to take care of it tonight. I think they just need to take care of it tonight.
I would settle for anything that was like game 1, like a scene down there where it's just nuts. The game one vibe, game two never got this because they get down 4-0 and they lose 4-2. But game one had the entire sports world talking about what it's like to be here. And it's one of the things I think it's pretty cool. Like I mentioned this earlier, maybe last week, Sal, that I think any fan base gets excited when other fan bases notice how much they're enjoying it. You know, like if it's Cavs fans when they were in the run, and this is the first run of the playoffs, but there's a clip we're going to get here from Scott Van Pelt. He's talking with somebody on his podcast about, or on his radio show or whatever, about how the best thing from the weekend was Buffalo-Boston game one. And he's talking about how he couldn't stop looking at what the people in the stands were doing when the 4-goal barrage comes. And that game was just like, you know, I'm going to watch party. Watch parties are back. Watch parties are.
You and I both went to a great one the separate nights at Brightsmith. They were amazing.
Yep.
And you know, you had the draft going on, but it was awesome on Sunday with the weather, people standing outside, and it was 4-0 right away, and everybody was just having a great time. I agree. That Samuelson goal, since it's been scored, I've gone back and watched it 100 times for that same reason.
Yeah.
The crowd, the building, I was there, and I lived it, but I wanted to watch it again and again for what I haven't seen and heard, and it's truly amazing. So yesterday, I don't think it'd be tough to do an instant trivia because we'd have to go really far back. I don't know if you saw it. I went back and looked, Jeremy. 10 times in the Sabres' history, they have clinched a series on home ice. 10 times in history. This would be the 11th if they were able to do it tonight. I don't know how many you could name. It'd be tough because you have to go way back.
I can't name that many. I mean, the only one that I remember is the Islanders.
That's right, 07.
That's the last one.
And then it was 0-1 against the Flyers in the first round. 99 against the Bruins to get to the Eastern Conference Finals, and then they beat Toronto the next series.
Yep.
Before that, 99 against the Senators, and then Derek Plant 97 against the Senators as well. And then you have to go back to 93, Brad Mayday against the Bruins. 83, the Canadians. That's Bob Sauvé has 2 shutouts in Montreal. They come home. It's a best of 3, best of 5. Bam, wins it. And then before that, Rangers in 78, Blues in 76, Blackhawks in 75.
That reminds me, is like we're looking at the format of the games and winning on home ice. Pierre LeBrun had a tweet this week that there was a proposal from Ken Holland about changing the order of games.
2-3-2?
Not even that. Let me get it for you here because it was a format I'd never heard before, and I find it was.
Let me guess. Maybe they want to start off at the road team,
yes.
Right? Yeah.
He said a few years ago, Ken Holland suggested that the top seed in a playoff series have the option of opening on the road instead. You would play 1, 2, and 6 on the road, 3, 4, 5, and 7 at home. So it would go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6, 7. It's a 2-3-1-1, but opening on the road. The idea would be you steal one on the road. Now I can win games 3, 4, 5 all at home.
Boy, you're giving that road team 2 games, though.
Mm-hmm.
That's an interesting format. Yeah, I mean, it's never been the only way you do it in sports so far to get the road team an extra game is to do the 2-3-2. If you open on the road, and I think the AHL has done this, though. The AHL has done a format, I think, if I'm right, where like the road team, you start on the road in some capacity.
Yeah. I feel like the AHL has totally weird formats because of scheduling and stuff like that. Anyway, let's get to Zach in Syracuse here. Zach, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks a lot. We talk about like all these memorable moments and stuff like that, but one thing that's been so entertaining to me, and the first time I noticed it was the crazy Tampa game, is Rob in the background of certain calls going like, and like laughing and stuff like that. Like when Mallenstein hit Perry, and then I think it was the Mallenstein goal this past game too, and he does it every once in a while. And it reminds me of Jim Lorenz.
Yeah.
When like the Finnegan Spinorama goal against Tampa. I was like, oh, like that. It's just a different flavor, but it's just one of those things that stood out to me this year that's just added one more like entertaining layer of watching these guys.
Yeah.
So
thanks, Zach. Rob was trashing Boston in that game in Boston.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good time.
I think Dan has been awesome this series, Dan Dunleavy. I really do. I feel really good for Rob and Dan and the entire crew. You know, for many years, I would just really be hoping that our guy Brian Cozio would have a chance to have post-game shows that mattered, and here we are, and I'm happy for them. I'm happy for everybody that has a chance to experience this on the professional side as well. Yeah, here in Buffalo, we're enjoying it as fans, but man, I think Dan Dunleavy has been aces, and some of his calls have been really awesome and on the mark in this.
Yeah. I'm teaching my kids. I ask them every day, how many games do you have to win a series? 4. And how many do the Sabres have? Like, we're doing math.
Yes.
3. So how many more do they need? 1. Yeah, that's right.
The other thing about if you get tonight, I mean, you get to kind of sit back and let the other series kind of let them keep pounding each other a little bit. Every one of those games has gone to overtime, well, except for the last one. I mean, they're playing a lot of hockey between Montreal and Tampa right now.
Yeah. Yeah, that series will go, if it goes 7, we know it's going to go 6. So that series at least goes to May 1st, which is Friday. You're going to get a 3-day advantage on them if you win tonight. And then if it goes to Game 7, you're getting like 5 days of rest.
I know the NBA starts right away if both teams are ready. I can't remember if the NHL does that. I think it's all set. I think you have to wait for all the series to end, but I could be wrong. Maybe they changed that.
I don't know. They don't have a schedule in place now, so we might have to wait. That's the thing. If they win tonight and we have to wait until Sunday night, the 3rd, to find out when those games are, who knows? The thing is, though, I'll say this in terms of like the tickets. I appreciate what the Sabres have done, where I don't remember what it was like in 05, 06, or 6, 07. I thought you had to buy 2 full rounds at a time and then get refunded your money if the games didn't happen. What the Sabres have done this time is you're only charged the games that are guaranteed.
Right.
So you have not been charged for Game 7 yet, and you won't be until, well, Boston wins the next 2. But if the Sabres win tonight, you'll be charged Game 1 and 2 of the next round. Like, as soon as games are guaranteed, then they hit you for the bill. But they're not doing it ahead of time as full rounds because that'd be some pretty big sticker shock.
So starting May 9th, we'll be leaving. I'll be on that Buffalo Football Legends cruise for a week.
Okay.
And Thurman's a big Sabres fan.
Do they get MSG? Have you checked it out?
I have already been in touch.
It'll be national, right?
Yeah,
okay.
I've already been in touch with the cruise people and Sojourn Travel and said, look, these Buffalo fans that are going on this thing, we're going to want to watch the games.
They're going to take over the ship. There'll be a mutiny if you don't have this game on.
We're going to have Thurman's going to be on the ship. Obviously, Fred Jackson, Doug Flutie. It's going to be amazing. Steve Tasker. Obviously, Steve Tasker. Steve's a huge Sabres fan, right? So we're all going to be there. And on top of that, we're going to have Buffalo sports fans who are like, oh, my God, when's the game on?
Yeah.
So the good news is everything we're doing is like the East Coast. You know what I mean? We're not like going out west at a different time change. So, yeah, that whole second round, maybe the back end of the second round, we may be on that cruise going, hey, let's get the game on and having a watch party of our own.
So you're probably going to be on the cruise also when the NFL schedule drops.
Which is actually really cool because we're planning on doing a schedule podcast.
Okay.
With Buffalo fans and going to the games, and we're actually do that on the cruise.
Because the schedule is probably 2 weeks from today.
Probably right. So Mike North on the Always Game Day in Buffalo podcast, he was great again. He actually suggested they could wait till week 3 of May this year, or like the 3rd week of May. He said probably the 2nd week, but man, I would think it'd have to be the 13th, 14th, somewhere in there, Jeremy, right?
Yeah.
Somewhere around there. That seems like it's probably most likely. That's the next event. The Bills have rookie minicamp.
Not this weekend, but the following.
Next weekend, yes. Yeah. 8th, 9th, 10th. And then the schedule should drop probably within a few days after that.
All right. Yeah, and I mentioned to Brandon Bean, like, if the Sabres win this round, get a box for the Bills rookies and bring them to
There you go. I love it. What an introduction to Buffalo. I mean, you had Joe D'Ambrosio, is his name, right?
Yep.
He was on a little while ago. I heard him. He was great. And he was talking about Tage Thompson going to UConn. I mean, how about Skylar Bell? He's a hockey player. Skylar Bell started playing hockey at 5 years old. Said he played till he was 15 years old. He loves the NHL playoffs. We don't know. We didn't ask him. We should have. Was he a Bruins fan? Is he a Sabres fan? I got to look up exactly where he's from. But he said he's dialed into the NHL playoffs. So, hey, bring Skylar Bell here. Bring him to a game.
803-0550. Meanwhile, here's something else for you to check into. I noticed TJ Parker was wearing a Portugal shirt.
Okay.
Blue shirt with the Portugal crest on it. And I sent a message to a source like, what's the story on Portugal? Is he a big Portugal fan? Has he been there?
Do we know that?
No. The source tells me maybe he plays a lot of FIFA on the video game, which means he and I would get along quite well.
Okay.
So, what do you think of the Twitter poll? We've talked Sabres. You want to jump on the Sabres with us? You can. I posted this and I joked with Owen, and you know how this works too. I joked, I got to pick the right moment to ask this question about Keon Coleman versus Skylar Bell, because otherwise people are going to yell at me and say, the Sabres are playing today. But we found our spot. We talked a little bit earlier about Skylar Bell. Which receiver will be a bigger part of their offense And I put it that way on purpose. I don't want to go catches, yards, touchdown. Whatever. Who will be a bigger part of the offense, Keon Coleman or Skylar Bell?
So when you said it, I did not see the results. My immediate reaction was, I'm going to play the game, and I know that the poll is going to turn out it's going to be Bell. Like the listeners, I just know the reaction from Keon just from tweets.
Yep.
And, talking about what Brandon Bean said to you about Keon or us about Keon, and I'm reading, and fans are just down on Keon right now, right?
Yeah.
And I get it. I understand. So
Justifiably,
they're excited about Skylar Bell. So I knew the result would be, my guess was 70-30, and or maybe 75-25, but I think it was 70-30 maybe, right?
Yep.
I think I'll lean Skylar Bell, but I think it'll be close. And if you want to go production, I don't know if you saw Dan Orlovsky had a really good, he was all in the Ty Simpson thing, right, with the Rams. And when Ty Simpson was drafted, they had a big talk about it. And some people on the panel said, well, why didn't they take a wide receiver? And Dan made a good point I didn't think about. He said, do you know what the average rookie wide receiver stat line is in the NFL, first-round wide receiver? It's like 50 catches, 400 yards, or 45 catches, 500 yards, somewhere in there.
Yep.
I think that's first round even, like maybe first and second round. Skylar Bell's a fourth-round pick. If he gets to those numbers, those are good numbers. I think Keon should get to those numbers. He's kind of done that a little bit already here, right?
Yeah.
He had 38 catches last year. So I think it's close, but I just think that we've already seen a body of work from Keon for 2 years, and Skylar Bell, to me, is a guy that kind of represents a little bit of a different of what they need. So I'll lean into him more, but I think it's a good comparison and debate here.
I had someone write in as a response to the poll about Coleman. If Coleman puts up the same numbers on lower usage, that's a win. And I tend to agree with that.
Yeah, I agree.
In this, who's a bigger part of their offense this year, I lean Keon Coleman is a bigger part of their offense. And that's not a shot at Skylar Bell. I've got all the Bills' rookie receivers, like what they did in their first year. And the best is Sammy. Sammy Watkins went for almost 1,000 yards in his rookie season. Lee Evans went for 843. Those are both first-round picks, right? If you slide down further, Gabe Davis is a fourth-rounder. He went for 599 as a rookie, and that was as a role player, kind of a nice surprise. Robert Woods in his rookie season, 587. Keon, 556. Robert Foster's in here with 541. If I were to guess, and I'm not one of these fantasy guys who's going to put out projections, but I would guess Bell is about, 40 catches, 40 catches, and 450 to 500 yards.
Let me ask you this way. Bills go 11 personnel. Who's on the field?
It's a good question because Palmer is healthy. If Palmer is healthy, I think it's Palmer and Moore and Shakir. And Coleman and Bell are
that leaves both of them out, right?
They're mixed in, and yeah.
It's got to be Moore and Shakir first and foremost, I think, right? That's it.
Yep.
The only question is who your third is, really, right there. And I think you have three guys to choose from now. And that honestly just come from what look you want to give. Do you want to give the threat of blocking and running? Is it 3rd and 2? Is it 3rd and 7? I totally get that. But I think there's an argument to be made here. And look, I think we might be just propping up Skylar Bell in this scenario a little bit too much. If you rolled out the ball now and went 11 personnel, he's the third of those three guys.
Yeah.
It's either Josh Palmer or Keon Coleman before him. He's got to go to camp and earn it. But I wouldn't be surprised if it's him once we're 5 weeks into the year.
Yeah, I mean, look how deep they had to go in the playoffs. They went to Mecole Hardman.
That's right.
Brandon Cooks, who Cooks might come back. Pointed out Bell is from the Bronx.
There you go.
Could he be a Rangers fan?
Ooh, could be. We haven't asked. He just said he was. He said he was a hockey fan, and he was dialed into the NHL playoffs.
Yeah, a Rangers fan would mean he's anti-Bruins.
I do know this. IGB is from New Jersey, but he is not a hockey fan that much. I asked him. I said, "Hey, you're from Northeast." I said, are you coming here? You got the Sabres, same owner. He's like, "Yeah, I really didn't get into hockey." So we know that from him too.
You know what he is a fan of? My sources also tell me this. IGB is a big Arsenal fan.
Look at this with all the soccer.
He's a big Arsenal
fans
fan.
and references.
Sources tell me he may have been like watching Arsenal play while they were in the building this last couple weeks.
I was going to say while the draft was going on, he was like, "Wait a minute, wait! I got drafted. Go Arsenal."
They played on Saturday, right? So maybe big Arsenal fan. IGB. That means he's good in my book. And TJ Parker's a big golfer. The Bills posted that.
Well, that's a good area for golfing where he was, in South Carolina there.
Yep.
He said his wife is the better athlete. She is a volleyball player at Clemson. So she was at the press conference with him as well. We got two guys here. Landon Jackson last year TJ Parker this year, already married in college before coming to Buffalo. And it's kind of a bit of a storyline with them, like, being a little more grounded, what it means in their life and things like that. So what I like about this time of year, Jeremy, is learning about these guys, their personalities. We don't know where they're going to be on the football field. We can debate where he's going to play in the 3-4 and the 4-3 and stand up and all that. And yes, I get all that. I like to learn about the personalities, just like when, was it IGB, right, who said that his favorite show was The Sopranos.
Mm-hmm.
And so I asked him, what's his favorite episode? Now, most people will say Pine Barrens, directed by Steve Buscemi. But he actually said it's the one, he said, I don't want to say the guy's name, but Tony killed the guy on the boat. And I said, oh my God, that's great. And we all know, okay? I have to tell you though, so I tweeted that out, and there were some people who were very upset that we were talking about that instead of, I guess, how many interceptions he's going to have. I'm not really sure. But the point is, I think those things are super cool to learn about these guys before they get here.
Yeah. If you want a funny clip, Conan O'Brien has a story about that character. If you just search Conan O'Brien and that character's name, if you've never seen him tell this story, it's pretty funny. Pretty funny story. Like, I think they were at a Knicks game or something. Anyway, 803-0550. It is, of course, like with the Bills here, they could add free agents now. They got to round out the roster. And I don't know what positions most likely. I think we went to this offseason thinking big nose tackle was a idea. And I think most people seem to think that their actions indicate that is not something that they're in the market for. So,
agreed. And I think, Jeremy, here's what's happening.
So no DJ Reader. Like, I don't think it's going to happen.
I agree, at least as of right now. And here's, I think, what's happening is I think there's a lot of fans, even media, like I thought they would need this. And because they didn't get it, there's so many people saying, oh, my God, they're missing on it. They're whiffing. They're not doing it. I think the Bills have told us they kind of don't that's not what they're interested in. Like, if they wanted one, they'd get one. Whoever that is.
Yep.
But they haven't done that.
Do you agree? My theory on why the draft was a roller coaster of reaction from Bills fans. Like, trade down was a good day. Most people are happy, fine there. The reason that Friday, I think the GM got a lot of heat online. And I think the reason that is because when they drafted TJ Parker, he checks the boxes of like a McDermott defensive end. And I think for Bills fans that were, not to say that like it's a bad pick or he's more of the same, I think it's because Bills fans were kind of expecting a very, a deviation from what they have been doing. And when they go with a defensive end that's the same as a lot of guys they have, it gave the feeling of, wait a minute, all those picks were yours, not McDermott's. Like, we've got a lot of context and a lot of backdrop to what the Bills are doing right now. And in the moment, it felt like people were just kind of reacting to the idea that this is just more of the same, even though I don't think it is more of the same. The scheme will be different.
Okay, so I like this point a lot you're bringing up because I've thought about the TJ Parker pick specifically for this, especially since Brandon Beane had mentioned the comp of even Bradley Chubb and how much he's similar. And the one thing we've heard a lot of this offseason, stop the run, stop the run, stop the run. Why did I have Caden McDonald, right? Knock to him and these other guys and go get DJ Reader, stop the run. Well, I think after really kind of sitting on it and think about it, the Bills don't necessarily feel stopping the run from guard to guard is the issue they had to improve on. It was funneling everything in, stopping the run on the edges, being better there. Joey Bosa was terrible last year against the run. They got beat on the edges a lot.
He's still available.
Right. And they went out and got a very good run defender on the edge in Bradley Chubb, who can get to the quarterback. He's kind of can do everything. TJ Parker, listen to what Brandon Beane said. He's a 3-down player who can play against the run. That was just as important to them as getting a guy who they think can get to the quarterback. I know it's not sexy. I understand all that. But the Bills wanted guys that they can put on the field and say, look, if you want to run against us, we're going to stop you because you're not going to really have an ability to do that on the outside. And our guys are strong enough to kind of funnel everything in where we're going to have a couple of linebackers waiting there. Now, look, I don't know if it's going to work, but I think we, me included here, made too much of they got to be better up the middle against the run and get these explosive edge rushers when the Bills, I think, are telling us, no, we have to be better on the edges against the run, and we can still get to the quarterback by doing that.
That means by doing that, they did not draft really a pass rush specialist.
Correct. That's exactly right.
Which I'm going to bring up an old name, an old friend, because...
You going to say Von Miller?
I am going to say Von Miller.
I read your mind.
Like, I thought Von Miller would have been a fine idea last year.
Mm-hmm.
He had a good year in Washington. If they want a designated pass rusher that I'm not going to quite say, Sal, like he's on their practice squad because I think Von could still sign and play somewhere. But I don't think Von Miller is a terrible idea at all. Give them a designated pass rusher. How many sacks did he have last year? Not quite double digits, but what do you have, like 7 or 8?
I don't know the number, but I would say this. Remember when Von Miller came here, I mean, he was a defensive end / outside linebacker at some point.
He had 9
like
sacks.
Yeah.
Von had 9 sacks last year.
I didn't even realize he had that many.
That's
pretty amazing.
Spotrac puts his market value at $5 million. Just saying, I'm leaving the door open for Von Miller at age 37. Is age 37?
That's amazing.
Season?
You're right. 9 sacks. I didn't realize he had
9
9
sacks last year.
Now, yeah. So hey, all right, you've kind of convinced me. No, I agree. They don't have that.
And he endlessly talks glowingly about the Bills, about Josh Allen.
Yes.
His relationship with Brandon Beane, I would think, would be pretty good. Like, he wants to be a GM.
They're not paying dead money for him anymore. Like, that's off the books.
I'm just, as the second wave of free agency hits, I don't think it's a big ticket item. And I just think a designated pass rush specialist like that, there are worse ideas.
And I agree. I like the fact that you brought up designated pass rush specialist. That's what kind of Javon Solomon was. He's not going to be this year. He's going to be a outside linebacker standing up, right? These are the guys they want on the team now. They don't have. If they would have drafted a Zion Young, if they would have drafted a Cassius Howell, don't we think of them as a designated pass rusher kind of coming into the league? Maybe they're not, but I think that's how we think of them. See, TJ Parker is not that guy, and I think we have to kind of retrain our thinking here about what they want. They want these guys who can be stout, play 3 downs, they can get to the passer, but really their primary trait is just being football players, and they can do a lot pretty well.
803-0550. What do you got going on today?
I'm here. I got some things going on at the station, and then getting ready for tonight, and it's gonna be a fun one tonight.
Yeah.
Nervous, but fun.
I'm living the Bulldog life. Bulldog has told the story that when the Sabres were in like 05, 06, 06, 07, Owen and his brother Leo, like they're really young. He's taking care of young kids. Like I'm going to put the kids to bed tonight to a playoff game.
I love it.
I know I'm going to do that.
Now wait, I have to ask, will they wake up and ask who won? Like right away? Will that be a thing?
They will, and they love watching like the condensed version of the game afterwards.
Oh, I love that.
And they like the game 1 comeback, they were all about it. They loved it.
I love it.
So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, years ago when Max was really young, I would come home late from a Bills Sunday night or Monday night game, and I would go in and give him a kiss goodnight and all that, and wake him up just slightly, and he might say, "Did the Bills win?" Or at least in the morning, he would wake up and ask me first thing, "Did they win?"
It's exciting. On to round 2, hopefully. And then we watch Montreal.
Okay, real quick, one point I want to make on the series. I saw. Why was Zadorov questionable in the first place? Like, it wasn't. We don't know that, right?
I don't know.
And then I'm listening to Joe on the way in. The $5,000 fine. Listen, we all know he deserved more. But independent of that, how is $5,000 the maximum you can be fined in the NHL?
CBA.
What a joke! Right?
It really is.
I mean, yeah, we all know the guy should be fined more, but they can't do it. My issue is they can't find him more.
It's a parking ticket.
It's unbelievable.
It really. I did the math.
Yes.
It's $100
less than a parking ticket.
Yeah,
it's like I think it's 1/1000th of his yearly salary.
Yeah. So if you make $100,000, it's $100.
Right. So yeah, it's a joke. It's always been a joke with those like the fines. It's just absurd. Like, what is that stopping him from doing tonight? He's going to go out there and do exactly whatever he wants to do because he knows even if he does anything. If they lose, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't, then he's going to get a slap on the wrist and go back to work.
I saw someone suggest, like, is Logan Stanley going to go out there and, like, send a message early? And my thought was, like, I don't think so. Logan Stanley's not doing that all that often. He's there and he'll answer the bell, but he's not I don't think Stanley's much of an initiator at that at all.
Bulldog said something right, I think, yesterday. I want Zadorov on the ice.
Yeah.
He's not good.
Yeah.
Why do something to get him off the ice? Keep him on the ice.
That is true. My only concern with that would be him injuring somebody important. That's the only thing I would ever be worried about with him out there. It's the only reason I ever want him not out there. Because he stinks. He takes stupid penalties. He's not a very effective player.
Think Boston will try to sucker the Sabres into like a physical, grimy kind of game tonight?
I think they've been trying to do that all series.
Yeah.
Hasn't worked.
All right. Thanks for popping in.
You got it, man.
All right.
Have a great rest of your day, guys.
Yeah, Sal Capaccio. 803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550 to join us here on WGR. The other thing I think about tonight, and I'm not one to often buy into this idea that the talking about
Jeremy
your
White here
team
for AAA
is
insurance.
Well, they're not talking
AAA is-
about the Sabres. They keep talking about Boston. It's not how the Sabres are good. It's how Boston didn't show up. It's not how the Sabres made them go crazy. It's how Boston is embarrassed. And sure, I think sometimes that is true. And this right now, this time, I actually think it's legit. I think there's a little bit more about how bad Boston was in Game 4 and maybe not enough how good Buffalo was. And if the Sabres are able to take this down tonight and get the Bruins out in 5 games, could it be like a wake-up call for the rest of the league? People are on alert to a degree, like, oh, yeah, good season. They ended their drought. They won the division. But there's still this general belief that the division belongs to Tampa, even though Tampa's really in a dogfight with Montreal, that the East might even belong to Tampa. And if the Sabres take care of the Bruins in 5 and look as good as they have doing it, maybe people around the hockey world kind of wake up as to, oh, no, the Sabres just ragdolled the Bruins right out of the series, and they're on to the next round.
Yeah, I've seen a lot more of, Boston just didn't show up than I would have liked, and not enough like, oh, wow, look at Buffalo go.
Yeah.
There's not been sort of that, all right, they're proving that they can play now in this time of year, and I think that's exactly what they're doing. They're playing the exact kind of team that I think people thought they wouldn't be able to beat.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're doing, and they're showing, we can dismantle these guys. We can skate right around and play river hockey and win. And I think that is not getting the sort of credit that it deserves. I think you're right. If they go out tonight and just like 4-2 win, just cruise
Take
to
care of business.
Cruise to a 5 or a Game 5 win, and then you're off and waiting for the winner of Tampa Montreal, I think people will be forced to say like, all right, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, Boston is, we've talked about their lack of depth and everything, but they were a legit team. They were right there in a really tough Eastern Conference. They've got a great goal. They got good players, and Buffalo is, as we sit here now, I think, really handling them. And I think they deserve credit for that.
Yeah. I thought about asking this question on whatever, today here, it's a Sabres game day, but for the Bills in their draft. As the person who, sat in this chair and yelled about receiver as much as anybody, I feel like the battle is over, the war is over, without having to fully say like maybe you didn't love the DJ Moore value, or you would have taken a different receiver. Like, there's a lot of ways to get to where they got. But for those of you that have been on that wide receiver train, are you satisfied? I am adequately, satisfied. If you go 2 years to last year to this year, what they'd done at the position, we kind of went from an everybody eats MVS, Mac Hollins, Keon Coleman rookie season group to this group, which, say what you will about Coleman and what he might bring to the table, but DJ Moore is much more established. Josh Palmer is kind of like the forgotten guy they're hoping to bring back. Like, if Palmer slots in as a third option, that's probably where he should slot in. They have the young guy that they're kind of growing from the ground up. Like, I feel like what I have now is not one of, maybe not the best room in the league, maybe not top 5, but adequate and not quite obviously lacking. I think it's definitely adequate. And the draft pick makes a lot of sense because that gives you some potential boom on a young player coming in and making a difference. Flashback. 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 Flashback.
To LaFontaine, he gets tripped up, gets it to May, and over the line. He's May going in on goal. He shoots. He scores! Mayday! 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 Brad May wins it in overtime.
Closing out a series at home. Brad May, drum banger tonight. I mean, the odds have got to be what? Big favorite.
Got it.
Big favorite to close out Boston.
It's got to be up there.
He was the number one pick in the drum banger draft. And it would be a point for Joe DiBiase, Sneaky Joe, who's out. That would be 1-1-1. It would mean we got the first 3 drum bangers correct.
It'd be pretty aligned with how the parlays were going too for a while.
Should I reach out to my drum banger source?
No.
Oh no! Then you're gonna make a waiver claim at the last minute. That's that. I mean, I'm actually intrigued. Is Wolf Blitzer in town?
That's a good question.
I actually dropped him. He's available for anyone interested.
Huh. Let me rush to the podium. That's my run to the podium player. Wolf Blitzer.
We joked earlier, Andrew Filipponi in Pittsburgh quit his job. He said he was going to quit his job if Drew R was drafted by the Steelers.
Oh, no.
Should I make that same promise if it's one of the Spit and Chicklets guys that bangs the drum? I just do not think that's possible.
If Ryan Whitney does?
It's just not possible that's what they would do.
I don't. I totally agree.
Steve tweeted into me about that. Like, what about Ryan Whitney? He's going to be at this game tonight. One more thing about the drum banger draft. Oh yeah, I was going to reach out to my source to find out who it was. So hang on. Watch me pick up some.
Yeah,
you're like you picked up who? Like it's just a hunch.
I don't know.
Just a hunch.
I just got a feeling about it. No, I think it'll be fun. Tonight is just going to be bonkers.
Yeah.
In that building, it's going to be
score the first goal. Score the first goal.
Absolutely.
It all unravels from there.
They are 1-0 when they score first, and they're 2-1 when they don't. So, this series. I mean, could they have swept them if they don't give up the bouncer in Game 2? They're 1 goal away. Like, listen, the first goal in Game 2 I didn't like either.
Yeah,
I didn't like either the first 2 games. And they were asleep a little bit and did not look great in Game 2, but. After that second goal went in and a couple of power plays early, like they didn't have it. And I feel like, hopefully they put that behind them.
Yeah.
803-0550, 1-888-550-2550 to join us. The vibes tonight should be good.
I just realized Joe has the two favorites. I mean, we don't think it's going to be Whitney, but it could be Whitney or May tonight.
Yes.
And he's got both those guys.
Oh, I think Whitney's a wasted pick. I would say the next best, if we're going drum banger power rankings for tonight.
Okay.
Brad May's number 1.
Uh-huh.
Number two.
Blade Gang?
Blade Gang.
Could Ryan Whitney do it with the Blade Gang? Apparently, they were in talks, not for the drum banger, but just connecting.
Oh, yeah, I saw that Whitney was saying he's going to suit up.
Yeah, I still like my Ryan Miller pick. He's going to be there somewhere.
I do like
Miller's
Ryan Miller.
good.
Ryan Miller closed the loop on Boston ending our franchise by trucking him in 2011.
I'm still waiting on my LaFontaine thing. I don't know how. I kind of needed the momentum to be carried. He was on the station the week we picked it, and I was like, come on. And
listen,
now I feel
it's worth pointing out that, like, tonight could be the birth of a drum banger in 20 years.
Right.
Peyton Krebs, who scored the overtime winner against Boston back in 2026. Don't forget about that. You could be playing the long game. That's why Joe Kelly has Alex Tuck on his roster.
Right.
He's keeping him for 20 years.
There you go.
Yeah, the Sabres player closest to retirement would be a good pick here.
Yes.
Yeah. Lindy?
Lindy. You know who was another guy that's not on any – I don't even know if I want to say this out loud because he's not on anybody's roster and I might want him. But
oh, boy.
Tickets is out there.
Danny Gare.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yep.
Tickets is a guy that would crush it for them doing that. He's the best.
803-0550 and 1-888-550-2550. The scene tonight. just seeing everybody like with pictures and kids and Stanley Cups, making the faux Stanley Cups. Okay. Maybe some moving parts and no confirmed banger of drum yet.
Oh, it's a fluid situation. Look at this.
Fluid parts.
Speaking of which, it's a situation where when should we play? We could do it for shots of audio. When should we play Jason Bottrell's end of season Seattle
I was
press
saving it for
conference?
shots of audio.
Shots of audio?
Oh, 100%. Yes.
You got to hear it.
It's unbelievable.
It is unbelievable. It is believably unbelievable. You got to hear it, Sabres fans.
Unreal.
It's the healing of watching a Doug Marrone press conference right now. Like, wow, look at what we used to do. Yes. Look at that guy.
Look at him go.
Anyway, best of luck to those people, those two individuals. 803-0550. I got a message on Twitter from Josh. I think I'm going to be able to do the playoff put-down. Put-down's when you could put the kids to bed.
Yeah.
I got 2 5-year-olds I'm trying to get to bed. They usually go down between like 7:30 and 8:15. So that's first period.
Mm-hmm.
I think the plan is we're going to watch the first period. It's a special occasion. I'll let them stay up a little later. We'll call it playoff put-down. And then first intermission, we hammer the stories.
Yes.
And I think that should free me up for period 2.
I think
It's a nice 20-minute window right there.
Yeah. This is where I want the extended intermissions to be a little longer than 17 minutes. I think I can hold their interest for period number 1.
I think that's right. I think you
goals.
Entice them into it with the offer of, well, we're staying up a little late here.
Yeah, that's right. It's playoff
and
put-down.
then we got to go to bed after that.
And I'd like to establish this precedent in the event that I have another one of these that I've got to do.
Right.
Like, it's the conference final. Like, it's another playoff put-down. Although those face-offs might not be 7:30.
That's right. They might be
like 7:42.
Well, I mean, I'm digging the 7:30 because 7 o'clock would be tougher. Now this is more time where they're probably asleep. Meanwhile, I have a shiner of a black eye because my son smashed his head into my head yesterday. And you can't see it because I'm wearing my glasses, but I'll take them off of the stream if anybody wants to see, like, above my right eye. Can you see that one on the stream? Like,
a little bit.
Like right in here, like,
Yeah,
bam.
there it is.
Lit me up.
Yeah, dude.
He
got you good.
It was an accident. He lit me up because, first off, he's kicking a soccer ball in the house, and he launched one into the kitchen, and it was one of those, like, we're not going to do that, right?
Careful.
Like, okay, it's okay. We didn't mean it. And I gave him a hug, and then he immediately jumped up and smashed my head like a dog would, because your dog doesn't know,
Right.
and it will smash you in the head. It was tough.
I wonder if he's the age yet where he'll remember that forever, because I remember the first time I got my dad.
Yes.
We were outside. We're he was pitching baseballs to me, and I hit a frozen rope right into his groin. And I will never forget him crumpling to the ground. And like he didn't get up for a while.
Yeah.
And I thought it was awesome when I was like 5.
Wow.
It was the best. I hit that baseball. I still remember the feeling. I'll forever chase that in my sporting career as the best I ever connected on a baseball swing was when I roped one right at him.
Yep.
It was great. So I wonder if Noxie will remember when he grows up.
He might.
I got Dad with that.
He might
headbutt that one time.
It was aggressive. Yeah,
it'll happen.
803-0550. All right, Extendo Sports, and then we'll pass things off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sabres and Bruins tonight here on WGR. The other thing I think about tonight, and I'm not one to often buy into this idea that the talking about your team is, well, they're not talking about the Sabres. They keep talking about Boston. It's not how the Sabres are good. It's how Boston didn't show up. It's not how the Sabres made them go crazy. It's how Boston is embarrassed. And sure, I think sometimes that is true. And this time, I actually think it's legit. I think there's a little bit more about how bad Boston was in Game 4 and maybe not enough how good Buffalo was. And if the Sabres are able to take this down tonight and get the Bruins out in 5 games, could it be like a wake-up call for the rest of the league? People are on alert to a degree, like, oh, yeah, good season. They ended their drought. They won the division. But there's still this general belief that the division belongs to Tampa, even though Tampa's really in a dogfight with Montreal, that the East might even belong to Tampa. And if the Sabres take care of the Bruins in 5 and look as good as they have doing it, maybe people around the hockey world kind of wake up as to, oh, no, the Sabres just ragdolled the Bruins right out of the series, and they're on to the next round.
Yeah, I've seen a lot more of, Boston just didn't show up than I would have liked, and not enough like, oh, wow, look at Buffalo go.
Yeah.
There's not been sort of that, all right, they're proving that they can play now in this time of year, and I think that's exactly what they're doing. They're playing the exact kind of team that I think people thought they wouldn't be able to beat.
Yeah.
I think that's what they're doing, and they're showing, we can dismantle these guys. We can skate right around and play river hockey and win. And I think that is not getting the sort of credit that it deserves. I think you're right. If they go out tonight and just like 4-2 win, just cruise
Take
to
care of business.
Cruise to a 5 or a game 5 win, and then you're off and waiting for the winner of Tampa Montreal, I think people will be forced to say like, all right, that was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, Boston is, we've talked about their lack of depth and everything, but they were a legit team. They were right there in a really tough Eastern Conference. They've got a great goal. They got good players, and Buffalo is, as we sit here now, I think, really handling them. And I think they deserve credit for that.
Yeah. All right. Off we go to Game 5. Sabres lead 3-1. What a scene it'll be down there. Holy cow. One other NHL note I had, it was, the Vegas-Utah game was 3-0 Vegas, and then 4-3 Utah, and then 5-4 Vegas, which is nuts. Like, Utah scored 5 minutes into the third, take a 4-3 lead. Vegas gets one at the halfway point and then in overtime.
Do you see the giveaway by Peterka on the first Vegas goal?
I did not see that.
It was horrific.
Yeah.
It was really bad, yeah. Just got bullied off a puck on the wall, beat to the net. It was ugly.
Jack had 3 assists in this game in the 5-4 win. Not that you have to care about that really at all. Brett Howden had a pair of goals. So
good couple of good series still left alive.
Yeah.
The first round's been, I think, generally kind of meh, considering the NHL likes to say that it's got the best first round in all of sports.
Yeah, I have not seen enough of Montreal-Tampa. And a funny thing about that series is, like, it is hard fought. There are not a lot of shots in that series. It's a really big defensive series. I think Montreal is currently giving up the fewest expected goals in the postseason.
Yeah.
Which, I want to make that point about Tampa. Tampa has not looked like this juggernaut they're treated like in months.
No.
And they're not getting a lot of great chances against Montreal.
No, they take bad penalties. They're not playing fast. They just don't look like the old Tampa.
Yeah. Montreal, Tampa. I mean, a lot of people saying, like, who to root for, and I don't quite have an answer there. I don't know. Anyway, we're back tomorrow. We'll wrap up, of course. We'll recap maybe the series, maybe just the game, and talk to Joe Marino, have some fun along the way. So thanks for joining us. I think Howard's coming in tomorrow if they win. He's going to come in for an hour. So root for a win. Talk tomorrow here on WGR.